get on that, I think the tribal ranch has a resolution trying to get through, trying to buy a South Papal windrower from Rosebud, I believe. And the Hague is in full swing now, so I think if we could get that through today.
I got that resolution here.
Okay.
I'll do it part of my report. We'll make sure we did. They went ahead and gave it to them. We just need to pass the resolution so they can get paid. Okay.
Sure.
Sherry.
Could we add fireworks to the agenda?
Are you buying everybody fireworks?
I wish. I was a millionaire.
All right. There's no objections. We'll need a motion to, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Chair, second by Donna, question by Jordan. All in favor? Approve the agenda.
Approve the agenda. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Online.
Online, Neil?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, there was a request to deviate from the agenda. Let's start with communities. There's a few resolutions that Jordan needs to. So we'll start off with that, and then we have BIA here. We'll do BIA, and then we'll get to the constitutional reports. Okay.
There's 3 of them.
We'll just start. She requested before you put the agenda. So.
So whenever I do these, do I need a new resolution number from council, or because they're community resolutions, they get that number?
I'm not sure on how they do that.
Yeah, you
You gotta give them a new number, I guess. So we'll do it as emergency legislation, and I guess we can do it that way.
motion for emergency legislation.
Motion by Jordan, second by Micah. Question by Chair. All in favor, emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Neil?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
What's the number, Secretary?
13, 0, 0.
181.
181?
Motion to approve is 2023-184.
Need a second?
181.
181?
Sorry.
Need a second? Micah, go ahead.
As amended, Chairman?
Yes.
There's a typo there.
Okay.
The 2023-04 is the one I'm reading off of the community resolution.
Yeah, you have a typo there that supersedes.
As amended. Start at the second, whereas Emerald Community is recognized entity of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and whereas as the largest community of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, we don't have any resources to assist community members, and whereas there are 626 acres of hay and cropland, T9142 described as those portions of section 1, 2, 3, 11, and 12 of T38 and R28W, and section 35T, 39, and R28W, containing 324.60 acres of farmland and 301.40 acres of grassland in Todd County, South Dakota. Less acreage given to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Game Fish and Parks Department within our boundaries that has been leased since 1977. And whereas the Emerald community is requesting the use of this land for a period of 50 years to assist in socio-economic development of the community. Now, therefore, it be resolved to supersede all past resolutions pertaining to this land as described in this resolution, and that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council grant Emerald community the use of this land, and Be it further resolved to supersede all past resolutions pertaining to this line as described in this resolution, and all existing crops are hereby given to Antelope community for their exclusive use. Resolution was passed at a duly called regular Antelope community meeting on June 5th, 2023. 16 in favor, 0 opposed, 6 not voting. So this kind of stemmed from, we're trying to lease our land and we've been trying to bid them out since March. And we haven't been able to get the mapping, because on the old resolution, it only has a period of 5 years, so we have to bring it back to the floor and then get them amended with the new resolution.
You already have the tracts of land that you've been leasing, but you need some amendments to it, right?
That's why we put the 50 years on there instead of the 5. It's the same acreage of land that we've always had. We just have to come back to the floor so we can get the maps out.
Any discussion? Go ahead, Pam.
Good morning, council administration. I guess my question is, you know, these resolutions, they're dated like 90, 99 and whatnot, and on them, they do say 5 years. Antelope's been put on, the task to change, you know, to have these amended, but I think that they've always had these tracks, and I don't know what's causing all of a sudden for these to be brought back for getting permission, because as far as I can remember, Antelope's had these tracks. So I guess what I want to know, and maybe TLE's the one to answer, one of the council reps that sit on the board can probably answer, is why all of a sudden are they requiring this of Antelope when they've been doing it for, you know, since like one of these is 90.
The one I just read was 1977.
Well, this 2304 that you have here, that one there is 1999. Resolution 1999. So I guess that's why I want to know what brought this on, as far as, you know, where have they not been compliant all these years and they still been getting their revenue, and what's the deal here?
The only change I see in there is that they're requesting that it would be a 50-year lease. That's the only thing I think that's changing there compared to the 5-year lease that's been, that they requested back in 1990.
But that's what I'm getting at, is this resolution is dated for 1990.
Yeah.
Here it is, 2023, and all of a sudden now TLE wants to say, well, we're gonna reflect back to a 1990 resolution that says 5 years. But yet, after 95, they still been getting lease income. So I guess that's what I wanted to know, and I don't know if one of the board members can answer that question.
But that's, she said she can answer it, so go ahead, Vanessa.
Well, I want to, good morning, colleagues and administrative. I would like to table these till we get further information.
Motion to table,
Yes, motion to table.
second. Fremont. Question by,
I just have something to say.
okay, go ahead.
Good morning.
Oh, there's no discussion during table motion, so.
Okay, guys, it's the 50-year period, that's the only thing that's the
You
issue.
can't talk about it, Darrell, wait.
All right.
Need a question,
I'll question Eileen.
Eileen, all in favor of tabling 2023-181?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 online.
Online, Tennille?
I'll post.
Eileen?
Yes.
8.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Tennille opposed it, right?
Yeah, 10.
Okay.
6.
Not voting?
0.
860. Motion carried. Bring it back when?
soon as we get information, maybe on the 28th.
Okay,
On the resolution.
Say something?
can't talk about it table, so go to the next one.
Did you say all of them?
Yep, I said all three.
All of them?
All
Yes.
three?
Pam?
Chairman, being that we're on communities and the question lies for TLE, I'm gonna request that TLE come over now and explain some of this to us, because I do have other questions regarding other issues that are going on with leases.
I don't think I'm gonna allow that. We're on communities, we're not on TLE, so,
TLE is not even on our agenda.
what's that?
TLE is not on our agenda, that's why.
We'll get to, Man of Natural, we'll bring them over. Sharon, go ahead.
Thank you. I have some requests for my community, so I'm gonna make a motion to open up all the tribal buildings so that people don't have to sign in, take their temperature, that they can come in and do their business. And I am aware that there was some threats made on council in the president's office, so I know that it's your call as the administrator of the tribal entities, if you'd like to post somebody up to still help people around the building, but I do want to make a motion to open up all of the tribal buildings.
Okay, is there a motion by Sharon,
Second.
second by Jordan.
Question about Mike.
Is there any discussion? I know we talked about this earlier, about how we're open to the public, but they come in and do their business, and they can't hang around in the buildings like they used to. So that's kind of, I don't know if you want to include that in your motion, or are you allowing people to come back in here and sit in here?
I think
We had
that's
this discussion
something
before.
I think that's something you could have your employees enforce.
So you're making a motion that they don't have to sign in anymore?
That we don't have to sign in and our employees don't have to stand outside in the line and wait, that they could come in and that the public could come in and do their business as well.
Okay, we're going to get back to the same old thing, where we're going to have a whole bunch of people sitting in here around the table again, and we're going to have a whole bunch of people sitting in the hallway during council meetings. So if that's what you guys want, we'll vote on it.
I'd like to say something.
What I mean,
So, before, even if it passes, then I would like to have a plan in place, because COVID is over, and that was all the reason we started that. But now, we get death threats, and we don't go out there and tell our, tell around, hey, we got a death threat. That's just, that's our business, and we do that. So people don't know that. That's why we hate to have that open, because now a whole lot of people own guns, and these death threats that we get are, some of them may not be, they may be really wanting to get the job done that they say. So that's the reason, I never try to make a motion to open. I get a lot of questions on that also, and that we don't allow them to come in, but that's the reason. So if it does pass, we need to have, before you open, make a plan. What are we going to do if something happens? We need an emergency plan ahead of time. Something needs to be, it's a small building, or a small conference room there. So we're going to allow anyone to come in, and I'm not saying everybody's that way. People want to come in, that's fine. But we do get these, and we don't know who has that mentality. So and we can say, oh yeah, she's scared, and she that comes with the job. But we all have kids and grandkids to take care of, and we can't just put ourselves out there. So having it closed was the safety of us. But if it does pass, then we need to do an emergency plan before we even get it to open. Thank you.
I want to make an amendment to my motion. So my motion is to open up all tribal members so the membership is able to handle business.
Yeah.
And so general operations is able to get back to work. That people aren't required to take their temperatures at the door. And that we, in order to have thorough council meetings and be able to get to our agenda, that the president schedule a quarterly public meeting where the public could come address if they have issues.
I don't think that's a good idea, Sheriff. I really object to that motion that you're gonna make. Find another motion if you guys wanna vote on that, but I really don't think that amendment needs to be on there.
You don't think that we should include,
Unless you guys want to sit and listen to the public, it's up to you, but it's gonna turn into a forum and then we're gonna, I mean, I know it's election time and you guys all wanna do something, but I don't think it's a good time to do that.
I guess I'm not up for reelection. I'm not trying to make it political. We had an elder meeting last night and our community meeting that I've been at. Everybody is upset that we're not open to the public and not just.
Well, if you make the motion, they'll be able to sit around the council and participate in the council meetings again, if the motion passes.
That's why I said if we schedule a special meeting where they can come
We
in.
already have enough council meetings to get business done, and I don't think we're gonna be able to squeeze something like that in.
A special meeting to hear from the public.
Right.
That's my motion.
Okay, Jordan?
Thank you. So I was just gonna follow up with the elder meeting that we had last night. There was a lot of concerns and they want to be able to come in here. I mean, I feel like we're elected by the public and we should be able to hear them. Like, I go to the store almost every day and, I mean, you get bombarded with concerns all the time and, I mean, you wanna say that there's threats? Don't we all have them when we go to our community meetings, when we're out in the public, when we're doing things? I mean, we can't use that all the time because we're a part of it. We live here, we have to interact with our people. We can't be saying that the whole time and using COVID as a shelter from answering questions. I mean, it's difficult at times, but we have to. That's why we ran. That's why we're on council, right?
Vote it up or down. You guys, last discussion we had, it was up to me to make that decision, so you guys wanna change that and change it back to the way it was, that's on you, so we'll see if the motion passes. Any more discussion? Now, we'll call for the question. Nice question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Online, Tennille.
Yes.
Eileen. Oh,
Not voting.
oh,
Opposed? 1. Not voting. Not voting.
Eileen, are you opposing or
Not voting.
not voting?
Yeah, not voting.
5.
So 7, 5 not voting?
Yeah.
So 7,
1.
7, 1, 7, 1, 5, motion carried. Okay, we'll open doors up,
Thank
okay?
you.
Yep. Anything else before community, before we go on? Gordon?
So, we had a resolution that was passed last year, 2022-182, and it addresses the Wachiki dates for communities. And I guess I just wanted to put it back out there because the scheduling is conflicting again, so. It was passed at a council meeting last year, so I just wanted to make you aware of it as well.
Okay, all right, you wanna bring that back up and maybe reaffirm it?
Yeah, I didn't make copies of it.
Okay, we'll just read it and make a motion to reaffirm that resolution and we'll vote on it again.
It was resolution 2022-182. So I'll start at the third whereas the community is keeping in with our traditions and continue to practice one of our virtues of respect and would like to recommend our council, or our tribe respect this also. And whereas with only a few communities continue to use its resources to participate our traditions by having an annual washipi so our members can continue practicing our traditions to honor, provide name giving, wiping with tear ceremony. And whereas the community is requesting our tribe supports our traditions and culture and to help with respecting each and every community that continues to provide local washipis and events within our communities to keep our traditions alive. And whereas the community is recommending tribal council will schedule annual dates of these events so other communities and entities, programs, and organizations do not schedule during these times as to provide conflicts and to support one of our most traditional values or virtues, respect, unless collaborating with the community. And therefore it be resolved, Antelope community has been having its annual washipi during the second weekend in July for a number of years and requests other communities and our tribe support and honor this and show respect and not schedule any other events during this time. And therefore it be resolved, Antelope community recommends other communities to set dates for any annual washipis or events held within their communities and recommend our tribe support this resolution on dates presented by our communities out of respect for one another.
Okay, there's a motion to reaffirm that resolution. Do we get a second? Second?
So Smith Bear can't have their powwow?
Well, they can't schedule a powwow during,
Well, they already got their posters up.
yeah.
And it's kind of like, why do we have a freedom of religion if we can't even dance when we want?
Yeah.
Guess we're just asking for it to be
I'm not agreeing
respectable
with
for
this.
other communities. We've always had our community there, or however during that time.
We've always been dancing.
So let's get a second on the,
Point of order.
let's get a second on it so we can have the discussion. Micah? Okay,
In 36.
we're reaffirming it. It was already passed once, right?
Yep, last year, June 9th, 2022.
Any more discussion on it? Now, we need a question. Go ahead, Sheriff. Thank you. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Online, Janelle. Eileen. Opposed?
Opposed? 1, 2, 3.
Online, Janelle. Eileen? Not voting.
Not voting. 1, 2, 3. Online.
Online? Not voting? Eileen?
Fine.
Not voting.
Okay,
What do we
well,
got?
let's come.
What do we got? 7?
7 in favor?
Yeah.
How many opposed? None?
3 opposed.
3 opposed? That's 6, not bad. Motion carried.
What was the number?
735.
735. Motion carried. Okay, if we're gonna open up to the public again, I'll have the general operations take down a table out there. People can come in and I think it was a good idea to have somebody there to direct them to where they're supposed to go. But if we wanna go back to the same way, we can do that. If they wanna take that job on, we can do that, but we really need to think about maybe going offline again too, as far as everybody being here. We need to rethink that and maybe we require everybody to be here again if we're gonna.
That motion, that
Okay.
we stop Zoom for council meetings and committee meetings.
Okay, motion by Pam, second by Steve.
Pam,
Discussion,
can I ask a question?
but
Could we leave it open for guests? Like if a guest wants to Zoom in, they can, but the council reps have to be here?
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, got a second, any more discussion, need a question? Jordan? All in favor?
First, can you repeat that, please?
Motion to go off, to be here present, not be on Zoom anymore for council meetings?
And community meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, and committee meetings for council reps
Council reps and officers.
and officers. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Neil?
Opposed.
Eileen?
Opposed?
Not voting?
1.
2, 10, 2, 2.
Should be 10, 2, 3, yeah,
10, 2, 3. Motion carried. Okay, are we ready to move on to the Bureau of Indian Affairs? We'll move on to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Okay, Jolynn.
Thank you. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't, Joellen. So I struggle with that too.
Good morning, honorable council delegates, those here in the room along with those online. I'm here today to give an overview, which will probably be quick, regarding some of the updates for the month of May for this year, 2023. One of the items is we did receive, the last time I was here in May, we did receive the FY 22, the audit, and then now the new one's due. So 21 and now 22. So the audit for 22 is due in a couple weeks, June 30th. So that is upcoming, so we hope to get that into Andy and Shelley. A little update too with regards to our facility. We are working on the roof construction still. We've been doing a lot of major updates on the roof, taking off and replacing the roof there. So we've extended the open date or completion date to the end of July. So if you're planning to come to the Bureau's offices in Mission, the only entrance is the southwest entrance, and to park along Omaha Street. So so that your vehicle, and they're moving a lot of equipment around and materials for the roof. So that's something that to keep in mind if you're going there. We do tell the clients to park on the side so that somebody can meet them if they have appointments. Right now, excuse me.
I had a question.
Go
Okay, you can say what you have the shoes up. So, is your offices, are they open, just we took some action here to open our doors, is yours like that too now, or is it restricted?
Well, when I was here in May, I did indicate because of the construction, we are restricting it to appointments, just because of the one access area, and because of parking. Even the Mr. Ledoux's program, the tribal programs and roads, they're all parking on the roads. And so both parking lots are not accessible, all of them, all three. So it would just be easier for us to have that, have appointments. So we are looking as well to open up, which will have somebody sitting at the front desk on the southwest entrance location after all the construction's completed. So, and at that point, folks can come in and check in, and they'll be escorted, or at least staff will be brought down to meet with them in the 2 rooms that we have designated.
And you have no staff doing that?
We will be doing that.
You will?
We will be doing that ourselves, yes.
And my question is, do you have enough staff to do that?
No, we don't. However, we will be looking at that because we don't want to have any issues or anything so that we can coordinate at least so that folks get to where they need to get going. That's basically.
You got 2 volunteers sitting behind.
We'll all be working over there rotating. So we're not working on it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think one of the other big things we've been reiterating for the last, since January, is the fire positions that are currently open. We do have some good news that we did have some folks that went through HR, now they're going through the other steps. So hopefully we'll have added staff. And on that note, we have requested from the region for technical assistance. And so we do have a acting FMO currently from the Great Plains region, Mr. Craig Martin. He's stationed with us along with Kyle from Sisseton Agency. He's from the Rocky Mountain Agency. So we have him working with us to address the fuels program, get us started and updated and everything in the system. So we haven't had a fuels person before I came here. So going on, I think 3-4 years now, where we haven't had that position. So we do need to get all the projects, all the funding, all the time and materials inputted into our database so that those projects can be funded for work here on Rosebud. And that's a critical item that we've been trying to address with these vacancies that have been vacant for so long. And that is why we requested technical assistance from Great Plains region. So we do have that. We're moving forward. We've had a lot of the guys over across the street from Wildland Fire attending various trainings. So that's good news. They're getting their updates, their certs, and so that's also good news for them.
Steve Brave got some comment, question.
Good morning, council, administration. Thank you all for coming. And since we're on fire, where are we at with the inspections of the Rosebud Volunteer Fire Department vehicles? That seems to come up over and over again. So, and last time when we addressed it, I think Chairman was supposed to get involved somehow and try to get the inspections done for them.
Thank you for that question. We are still working with Great Plains region, with the Solicitor's office. We will be meeting with the regional FMO probably next week to continue to address it, but he's aware it's not just again here. So we'll follow up with that letter and see where it's at.
Oh, okay. Was a letter actually sent to the area office, and is there any particular reason? Did you get any answer of, is there a particular reason why it isn't getting done? Why it's taking so long? I mean, it's a simple question. It seems like someone would be able to get on the phone and ask that question and get an answer. We don't have to go through all this red tape, I'm thinking. Did anybody actually make that attempt?
I'm going to say yes because it's been brought up to our Great Plains FMO, Fire Management Officer of the Great Plains region, RST, and he's aware of it, and he's brought it up with the higher-ups, so.
Okay. How many higher-ups?
Mr. LaPointe.
How many higher-ups are there? I mean, how long is it going to actually take? I mean, how many steps or loops do they have to jump through to get something, to get this done? I mean, it's been ongoing for quite a while. And I'll bring it up again.
Okay.
So I'll take that as an answer for now. The other question I have is the North Elementary School in Mission, South Dakota is sitting there, it's dilapidated, there's weeds, I mean, it looks like an abandoned, building. Where are we at with that? I know we've discussed this, before, Chairman, and, it seems like nothing's being done over there. I mean, there could at least be a little bit of cleanup, try to keep the building, in decent shape. The other question I have for that particular building is where are we at with that asbestos issue over there?
Todd County School District still own that. They gave it to the Boys and Girls Club
Okay.
and that's who has possession of it now. They actually sold it to the Boys and Girls Club, so,
Okay.
it doesn't belong to the DIA. It's a Todd County School District property.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's given to the Boys and Girls Club, so.
Have you had any conversation with them as to whether they're
They're
at
renovating
least
it now.
gonna do a little bit of cleanup
Yeah,
or something?
they're trying to raise money to, get donations to build a bigger, have a bigger Boys and Girls Club formation area.
Mhm.
And they've been cleaning it up, they've been trying to do some renovations on it, but they just don't have the funds to get it complete right now.
Okay. Okay, well, that's the only questions I have for now. Thank you.
But
Okay, thank you. I can also have, our Deputy Superintendent Raymond Hart to also, chime in as far as, what he asked regarding the inspections and the, research for the vehicles.
Sure. As far as the the fire protection agreement that we're waiting for with the solicitor's office, I know, we're supposed to have them rewritten every 5 years, all agreements and contracts. So the previous agreements were like, I'd say 10, 20 years old. So we had our budget person at the regional office redo the fire protection agreements and submit them. And then a lot of the VFDs within, not just within the whole region, had issues with them. So that's why they were sent to the solicitor's office. And that was like, I think this fall will be 2 years since they've been with the solicitor's office. If we keep, during our FMO meetings with the region, we keep asking the regional FMO where the fire protection agreements, and he's always referring back to the solicitor. So it's being asked at the regional level. So
you still have the floor, yeah, you're standing up, so.
Yeah.
Then we have time after that.
Well,
I was just gonna say, maybe he should get up and introduce himself and.
Ready to
I don't
go.
think everybody knows.
Yeah, why don't you come up front? You know, I'll see who you are.
I introduced myself like 2 months ago, but my name is Raymond Hart. I'm the deputy superintendent. I've been here since towards the end of November. Prior to that, I was at Pine Ridge as a deputy. Member of Northern Shining Tribe. Been here in the region since 2015. I was the FMO here in 2015. And then as far as the fire, if they have an agreement prior, they could use their old fire agreement according to the regional FMO, the current regional. So, if they do have an agreement prior to the new one that was sent out in 2020, I believe, then they can use that agreement to get paid, to get reimbursed for wildland fires that they responded to.
okay, well, another question then, as far as, the fire season is going to be starting, it's really bringing up, there's probably be a lot of fuel out there. And I don't know how our cleanup's going with our fire trails in our area, but, it seems like, with Canada, for example, there's a lot of fuel out there and they're still burning and we're feeling the effects of it here, by the air quality. Where are we at with developing hand crews here in our area and providing that training? Do we have anything set up for the year? I mean, I think we need to probably get a jump on it in case they're going to be needed.
Yep, I was just talking to Steve with law enforcement.
Yeah.
Steve Denoyer, and we're going to set up a pre-season meeting with BIA, with law enforcement, EPP, and Harvey Tipple. to start addressing some of these concerns for, as the fire season goes throughout the season, because, you know, with all this grass, it's gonna cure out here around end of July, first part of August. So.
Yeah.
And just to add on to Jolene's, as far as the positions, we are hiring, or we did advertise for fuels crew to go out and start doing a lot more fuels work.
Mhm.
So that's been thrown out on USA Jobs too.
Where are we at with hand crews in our area as of right now? I mean, if we had let's say if it was drier than normal, and we had fire right now, do we have enough hand crews here to respond?
No. We're actually, I directed the dispatcher here at the BIA to start trying to build that AD program back up. So he went from last year with 4 ADs to, he's got 12 so far this year. So I told him I want to get a type 2 crew first, and then start doing the type 2 crew like we did in the past. But, you know, right now we have enough for a camp crew, or just like a module that will go help and assist with these fires.
So do we have any scheduled training coming up?
No wonder.
For hand crews?
We just sent some to Pine Ridge.
Yeah.
Okay.
But right now, we just don't have the numbers to put one on here, but when we do, we will put on the training.
Okay.
Right now, they're doing pack tests this morning for some of the APs.
And what are we doing as far as clearing the area of old brush and sage, all this fuel that's been building up?
Now that falls under the fields management program, so they're putting projects in what it's called NIP Forest. So then that goes up to the region and to NIFC to get approved. So we're just waiting for some of those plans to get approved.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, in the past, I think we've actually contracted with individuals to do that. You know, go out and clear some of this old fuel out. And, do you have any plans to continue that, or to do it again, or start it up again?
I think the biggest thing, just to jump in here, is we really need staff in these positions. We're hoping that a lot of the folks around here can qualify. Right now, we've redone our positions, and reclassified them, because we had, like a 579 or higher, or recent active training, where we've had to come down, and that's where we've had these 3 positions in their floors. So that gets them in the door, gets them through the clearances, and we've been doing those through USA Jobs as direct hires. If they qualify, we can hire them like right away once they get through that portion and going through the background check.
So right now, we're trying to rebuild the field program,
so
and once we get that crew, then we'll have more projects.
Yeah, so we've been really assessing a lot of that, just to make sure that we both have a good fields crew, and then we have prevention, and then we have our preparedness, so that all 3, including FMO. But just to be plain and put it out there, we, across the United States, this is the big shortage. Fire folks, hand crews, field prevention, all of that, they're needed across the United States, and not just within the Bureau of Indian Affairs, but throughout all the other federal agencies. So we're in competition, you know, not just here, I mean, not just nationwide in Indian country, but as far as, you know, looking at Indian preference and that aspect. So what we've done with all these positions that are in USJ Jobs, we've been putting out the word too that we have housing. That's a big thing, especially out here, is to get the housing and have that available for them. So we put those aside for this specifically, so we can rebuild this program to where it once was, with regards to, you know, hand crews and staff in fields and doing a lot of work that needs to be done.
And we're slowly rebuilding the program here from what it was before, but, you know, we need these leadership positions, and we're not getting too many local tribal members applying for these positions either. you know, we put it on Facebook and get it out to the community, but we still, you know, I think this last year we had one person from the Rosebud reservation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Russell had a question or comment?
Yeah, just, you're talking about sending something to the solicitor's office. How long has that been going on?
Like I said, this fall will be 2 years.
Okay, what's the holdup? Sometimes I feel like, that's a cop-out for the Bureau to send something to solicitors, and need some answers.
Yeah, like we said, we asked the regional FMO because they're supposed to be working with the solicitor, and then that's the response we get from him is it's at the solicitor's office. So.
Well, that kind of brings up another question, and I'm sure she's got it in the report. You know, when we asked to change the language in that water code, I thought it was gonna happen the next day. Well, where's that at? You know, that kind of thing. I'm kinda, I'm a little bit frustrated with you guys. It's kinda disheartening, you know?
I agree. Mr. LaPointe did respond after the discussion that was held up at Bear Butte when that was what, last week?
Yes.
So I did bring that up again with him on Friday afternoon. So he's going to push that. So I keep bringing up the different issues, like I said. He said he was approached by tribal membership and leadership regarding that specific item. So hopefully he'll be sending a letter to the president and to tribal council regarding that specific item on the water code. So.
Okay, so maybe you find out, why don't you have the solicitor at least write us a letter saying why is the holdup? I mean, that's plain, 2 years is unacceptable.
Okay.
We'll ask the Great Plains Region FMO, Mr. Hevesty, again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Julie?
Yes. I wanted to just give an update in the report as well. There's a breakdown on what's available with the burial assistance. And it's $128,905.34. And we're at the end, close to the end of fourth quarter. So we'll be starting July 1st, fourth quarter for FY 2023. The other item, I do appreciate, we did get the resolution regarding the BI roof project for the roads program. So we will be working with our facilities, Great Plains facilities office to get that moving forward and moving forward. We do have, Rosebud Agency does have bi-weekly meetings with, or not, monthly meetings with Great Plains facilities. So we did need that resolution. So that was received by the Bureau on May 15th. One thing I'd like to note with regards to the summary under self-determination, it gives a very good briefing as far as the funds that have come in, the new funds, 2023 funds. And on that, I was pleased to see that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Secondro Climate Center was awarded the $1.7 million. And so that's great news regarding that project and that program. And I did get a chance to speak with, he came to speak with me last week as the Treaty Council, him and a few others, they came to speak with me, so regarding that project. And I'd also like to highlight that because of our 638 meetings that we've been having, a lot of the reports have been coming in, and a lot of the programs, 638 programs, the narratives and all the different budget aspects have been updated. So they're getting a lot of that into us, and so they're coming into compliance. So that's great news that because of those meetings, it's been very helpful. So I think that that's very great that staff and departments here at the tribal program level, they've been doing a great job working with us. So I appreciate that. It's been very helpful. Thank you for that. The other I wanted to highlight that was brought to our attention at the Great Plains region was the $106,220. At the Great Plains region, we've been dealing with that with regards to the ARPA. And I know when I first came, that was something that I brought up to the council. And it's been just sitting there. And what has been done now is that it's been sent to all the tribes within Great Plains, the remaining funding, and it was divvied out accordingly. So it's not only can be used for emergency purchase of water, but also can be used to assist tribal members to pay for their water bills. So I would highly encourage you to look at those as far as looking at overdue balances and such, to work with water bills or that type of assistance. And again, I'm going to highlight we have these vacancies. So please encourage tribal members or others that you know and know that may be interested in the positions. We have just continued to do daily aspects as far as realty items, leases, contracts, working with TLE. A lot of folks are in the midst of doing more training. We've been asked to do, and actually are out traveling to do business out and to do training and updates. So, and I believe that's it, unless you have anything else to add, if there's any other questions. In the report, these are just highlights I wanted to bring to your attention as to looking at, especially the potable water funding. Yeah. So.
What question?
Just in regard to the emergency management funding, I know that, during the storm, you were able to obtain a dollar amount, was $300,000 you used that during the storm. We attended a meeting 2 weeks ago, I think, regarding the emergency management program and its place in the Bureau. I guess I just wanted to know if that funding is going to be available every year. Since we have an emergency management program now, if we're able to request that funding annually to service that office.
Clarification, so the tribes can have its own emergency management office? Okay. And so to fund that, so what had occurred during the time of the blizzards is to get funding right away. So I pulled funding from the agency.
Okay.
And then I also called to the region. I knew that they would have at least carryover, at least some sort of assistance, and then they sent that down.
Okay.
So that was one-time funding.
Okay.
However, I was on call 2 yesterday with South Dakota Department of Transportation, and this was brought up again regarding emergency management and funding. And what I explained to them on the phone call was that we did receive funding and we did assist Rosebud Drive, but that was one-time funding. However, we did have this interagency agreement that was processed through central office. So it went through central office, then came down to the region's regional director signed off on it, and then it came down to us. So there's that portion of funding that we could look to. However, I would encourage you, if you're wanting to do this, it would go to central office to reach us, or at least to the regional director or the customer to establish that emergency management office. Because they're already, with their call yesterday, Bureau of Indian Affairs was asked to attend along with the tribal programs, road programs, and this, it was a peer, but I was on by Zoom. They're already preparing for this winter. We're already discussing it. So that'll be something that, you know, in your letter to indicate that everyone's already preparing, especially with bad roads, you know, as bad as roads are right now. Because I know that roads brought up to a lot of the areas where there's been more accidents, and just because of the roads, say dilapidated, if it falls down, but you know, it's the grading, the percentage of the pavement, and you know, there's this formula that you use. So, but yeah, I would recommend that.
Okay.
But it's ongoing. It's the discussion, like you said, you went to the senator round, right? Okay. So that's now at the South Dakota State Department, South Dakota Department of Transportation, and then working with us.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to have our attorney draft a letter of request to the BIA regional office requesting funding for our local emergency management office in the amount of $300,000.
Okay, we need a second. Amen. In regard to that 300,000 that was got from the BIA, that emergency management deputy director, I don't remember his name. His name is Patrick something. I know we got 2 pots of money for storm-related use, and that what some of it went to the BIA roads. We did an MOU for that and did a budget, and then some went to our motor fuel. That 300,000, but we were under the understanding that it came from the emergency management BIA office. It could be reoccurring funding from our meeting down in Rapid City, so we might want to look into that. Okay.
And that was Patrick. I'll look at I'll follow up with him as well.
Yeah, they called me right away, and they offered some money for the storm, and then they called a little later and they said they got more than they thought they could. So we can get some of that to fund our emergency management office. That would be really a good thing for us. So, is there any more discussion on the motion?
I think Pam had a question.
Pam?
No, sure.
Any question? Donna, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I'm not going to count them online since we made that motion, so we have enough in the room for a quorum. Opposed?
Oh,
Not voting?
not voting.
Let's count. 904, motion carried.
Thank you, council. One last question, just a clarification question regarding the burial program funding. Is that current funding that you just got for us? I know we were like in the negative the last time you reported, and you said you were gonna look for more funding. Sorry, I didn't read my report. I've been busy.
No, it's okay. To clarify, so this is the remaining of the current fiscal year 2023 funding. However, we did, my last report, ask for additional money. So that was to request funding that was most likely carryover. This was with added money, but right now it's $120,000.
Okay. This burial funding that we get every year from the Bureau, is it within our like authority, or is there any limitations on turning it around and using it as burial insurance and buying burial insurance for our tribal members?
I can research that. However, we do follow CFR burial procedures, and that's how we work with the applicants that come in to request assistance.
So if there's restrictions, it will be.
Yeah, it would have to follow 25 CFR, and we do include it. I can resend it again. I know I did send it to tribal council as far as all the CFR requirements along with the application that the student takes at first when something happens.
I remember that,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So, that gives all the information. Just want to answer your question.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Donna?
Good morning. I was going to just mail that, the chairman got, it says the Rosebud agency is writing this response to some outstanding items that need further clarification. 1, original certified resolution requesting secretarial election. Did you get a clarification on that? You did. Okay. 2, request for waiver with clear plan for conducting, implementing election with financial plan for tribal employees. Did you get that one clarified?
Can you repeat the last one again?
Number 2, request for waiver with clear plan for conducting, implementing election with the financial plan for the tribal employees.
So to respond to that, that was sent to the regional director, at which point he will then forward to the solicitor. So the last response was received May 12th.
Last week, Donna, we called Jolene, we had a little conference call on what we needed to move that along, the secretarial election request. And we got the stuff in place, and then we actually hand delivered it over to Jolene's office. So they sent that up, the package on up the line. So it's in the process right now.
Okay, and we're getting the request for the tribal voter registration. Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
As far as the secretarial election, I mean, maybe this isn't the place to talk about it, but I know we have a tribal election coming up, and one of our requests is to utilize our polling places for the election. For the secretarial election, we would like the BIA to utilize our polling places, but they're worried and concerned about not having enough staff to staff it, and they have to pay for that. So I was wondering if the council would consider, and if this all goes on time with our upcoming general election, if the secretarial election, if you guys will chip in with us for our election, and we can put that on our ballot. But just throwing that out there, not saying that it's a motion or anything, and just throwing it out there. It'll help us with our election too.
Maybe we can discuss that later on.
Yeah, we can get into that further, but right now it was sent up to the regional director, so we'll wait his response, and I'll follow up with him and see what he's thinking as far as it going against this.
Suggestion.
Okay. What are the dates specific for your, and I can put it in.
I think it's on 26th, I think 27th, general election this year. 24th of August.
August 24th, and then what's the final?
That's it.
Oh, that's it, okay.
The primary is July.
27th?
August 24th is.
Okay, I'm getting the date. Okay, July 27th, and then August. Okay.
Is there anything else, Jolene?
I'm done with it.
Okay, is there
Motion to approve the report.
motion by Sharon to approve the BI report, second by Dara. Any question? Micah, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
I just hope she didn't just, she didn't list.
I don't.
Not voting?
You got online? Can you hear me?
We're not gonna come online. We made a motion for them to be here, so.
1, 2, 3 opposed.
Not voting?
Oh, I was not voting.
Oh, not voting.
2 opposed. 1 up.
Motion carried.
Motion carried.
We got Jolene back here ready to do her report. She don't usually take very long.
Thank you very
Then
much.
on my report, I was gonna bring on the CREP program today. We're gonna give you a little bit of update on what's going on with that, and we have some guests here that are gonna be a part of that process, so we need to listen to them as well, and so that's where we're gonna go. So Pam, go ahead.
Chairman, I had a question while Cleve was here and, before she left. But I was reading and I didn't hear you, or hear when we approved her report or whatever. I still had questions. So I guess, could I ask her questions while Cleve's here?
Will you ask some questions to Jolene?
Superintendent.
Jolene, she has a couple questions before you leave here. I know you was approved already, but go ahead.
Okay, my first question that I have is regarding the, resolutions that we passed for you to bring your office here at least 4 days out of the week. The other resolution to, what was the other resolution? Your office here and to do the monthly calendar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you at with that? Because I did put a timeline of 30 days on that and it was supposed to begin June 1st. And we still haven't seen no calendar from you at all.
Okay, to respond to that, I did bring it up with the regional director, and so there will be a response from the region regarding those two resolutions.
Okay, what was your concern with it? So, I mean, what did you let the area office know why you couldn't do any of that?
One first was with request to the office, or being here somewhere, in Rosebud, there's first of all, no location, and it was already reaffirmed, as I was told by the regional director, with a response to the former resolutions. So he's gonna be sending down a reaffirmation of that response. And as far as the scheduling, he is aware of that. I have to let him know, he's my boss, as far as.
Pam, I did hand deliver those to Tim LaPointe, so he has the resolutions that were passed, so, he said he was gonna address them with Jolene, so. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but.
Well, I guess it doesn't answer my question, and it doesn't answer the people's question. You know, the BIA superintendent was supposed to be here within the agency. That's what the agreement was with the BIA and the Rosebud Sioux tribe. Now, this goes back, and I wish that the treaty council would be fighting on this because they signed an agreement that this BIA superintendent would be here in Rosebud on our grounds. Now, they provided a building over here, which we now have IT in. There's a resolution in there that there is always supposed to be an office in that building for the BIA superintendent. And as many resolutions that got passed here at council and with us not being heard, there needs to be something done. Because this tribe, when it began, that was part of its agreement, was that the BIA superintendent would be here, accessible to our people, and she's not accessible. There are many times that people have gone, even that day after I've made motions, resolutions, people have gone to Mission. She was not in. They've made phone calls, never got a return phone call. You know, some of our elder people, they prefer to visit with the superintendent regarding issues because they have no kind of answers that they want to hear from our body or from the administration. So the superintendent is the next person that they want to go to. Now, I don't know if anything's changed in the CFR, but under the CFR, our superintendent should be here. She should be following those resolutions, whether there is a higher up. Before, the excuse was, the last time I was on council and we passed a resolution to bring the superintendent back here, I believe Cleve was the superintendent at the time. Was it you or was it,
It was after.
okay. We had passed a resolution at that time to bring the superintendent back here. It was never followed. Nobody ever followed up on it. Nobody ever wanted to address the situation. But there's not a violation there when an agreement was made when the original superintendent came here to the Rosebud Sioux tribe. They're supposed to be located here within the agency. That agency office that sits over there is always supposed to have an office available for the superintendent. Now, I don't know why she needs to call up to the area office and ask for permission, but she needs to be here. The other thing to it is, you know, we've gone over this. Like I was saying, the last time I was on council, we had this discussion. We wanted the superintendent here. And at that time, it was a money issue. Because they couldn't pay for utilities at this building and utilities in Mission. But right now, all I asked was in that resolution that she be here. We didn't ask her to pay for no utilities at that time. So I think that she should owe that courtesy to this tribe and be here. But if she wants an approval from a higher up to tell her she has to be here 4 days out of the week, my thing is, I would rather get rid of her. I would rather see one of our own tribal members
Let's move
sitting
on
there.
now. I'm gonna call a point of order. We're not having a hearing here, so let's, thank you for coming, BI.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're on a motion for emergency legislation.
Okay, a motion for emergency legislation. Second by Steve. Question by Jordan. What's the number?
182.
182. All in favor? Yeah.
All in favor?
Those are a triangle.
2, 3, 4.
Sorry, I thought the attorney gave out copies, so he must have just gave me one.
What's that for?
What this is for is for the removal of the superintendent. I'm asking for the area office, if we're gonna have to deal with the area office, I'm requesting that our current superintendent be removed and replaced from the Rosebud Sioux tribe based on the prior agreements from when we were established. Our superintendent's supposed to be here.
Okay, all right, we got a question?
And we.
We're on emergency legislation, so,
Hold on.
We're not gonna vote if we don't see the resolution.
okay. Well, we're just bringing it on as emergency legislation right now, so.
Now I need to have that resolution. Okay, well, he's gonna draft it, so
We'll bring it back to the floor.
bring it back to the floor for approval.
Okay, withdraw your motion then.
I withdraw for emergency
Approval?
withdraw for approval.
All right, Jolene. Jolene.
And I was late this morning, I showed up, I was waiting in the line outside, and I guess I was in payroll. I'm waiting to come in, and I'm gonna be late for the meeting. Okay, good morning, council and administration. Today's balances for the tribe's PL account is $1,135,424. PLA certificate balance is $8,409,141,000. And the Yoka recoup account is currently $9,096,495. And we still have approximately 2,300 whereabouts unknown individuals.
How old is that number?
What's that?
Unknown, how many?
2,300. Yeah. And just an update on the solicitor opinion that we requested. We're still waiting, but we're assured it would be here by the next meeting. Be able to give guidance on that. That's all I have. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions? Russell?
Good morning.
Good morning.
We talked about this, the 23.
Mhm.
Have you, or Bureau, have you cross-referenced that with our enrollment and see if we're on the same page?
As far as cross-referencing, we'd only be able to see who doesn't have an account or an address on file. That's all we'd be able to find out. We wouldn't be able to find, because there's PII information, we can't give out everybody's address that we have on file to the ARPA office.
Not ARPA, but I'm talking about enrollment.
Oh, as far as enrollment, no, we haven't Caroline in her office yet.
I think that needs to be done for the sake of ARPA
Yeah,
in the future.
and I guess my question, who is the IT contact? Sherry, for the website we can add to, Rhonda Emery? I haven't seen it on the website yet, so I'll follow up with her. Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Jolene? Now we need a motion to approve her report. Lisa. Second by Sheriff, question by Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Thank you, Jolene.
Thank you, everyone.
Can't do it online no more.
Yeah.
Council, do you want to take 10 and then we'll get to the prep program, and we'll have some guests here from NRCS. They're part of the whole process. We have TLE that's going to be here available to talk about the prep and what we have planned to go forward with it. So we have Emily Boyd back there, Emily Boyd Belandra back there. She's been working at our prep office over at the missionary office, and she's been making sure that things are moving forward. So we'll get a report. It'll probably take about a half hour, but let's take 10. Okay? Go ahead, Pam.
Chairman, was one of our constituents or one of our workers, was their contract supposed to come up under your report?
I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, it's supposed to come up on my report, so I'm not there yet. We're going to talk a little bit about the PF 14 and what we need to do with that to get some of those construction contractors paid again. So, and we have to have a discussion on what you requested that they gather, so we can come back and revisit that PF 14.
Okay, all right, thank you.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Good morning, council. Good morning, guests. And, I'll give you a little history, then we can introduce something here. But I think I've been here a few times before and I explained to you that this conservation use resource management program is a program that's designed to assist landowners with the expansion of the current Great Plains grassland. The whole Great Plains grassland equal, what we call it, system is kind of deteriorating at a real fast rate. So their Congress wants to get a hand on this to try and stop the deterioration and hopefully get it back to what it used to be, natural grasses and stuff. So what this program does is it provides, our agreement was negotiated at $15 an acre to assist with implementing conservation plans that we develop for each individual parcel of land. So what we did to get to that point is we negotiated an overall agreement with the government, USDA, that allowed us to enroll all of our trust lands and fee lands that are members of the tribe in Todd County under this program. That totals around 540,000 acres. That's how many acres in Todd County that we can get for that. That includes other lands, lands that are owned by individual tribe members or the tribes that are immediate. All of that are eligible. We're now to the point where we have to start working with individual owners of land, individual operators on developing these plans, signing agreements, and putting it in that land into the program so that we can start proceeding on that. So what we'd like to do today is answer any good questions, but we need to decide where we're going to put this program. It's ready to kick off. It's ready to start rolling land. I know that CLE has a whole bunch of new leases that they want to get done by August, so we need to try to get as many of those new leases in this program as possible. So it's ready to go. And all of our discussions to date, the council hasn't put any money to the program or talked about putting any money to the program. The program has to be funded because we don't get used every year. Our recommendation is we need money with GLE. GLE has been willing to accept the responsibility to set the program up. They have the funds to do it, and then they can get reimbursed for it. And if I'm jumping back and forth, confusing, let me know. 20% of this $15 that we're per acre that we're going to get from the land that tribe is going to retain for the cost to administer. The $15, 20% is $3 per acre that we go against the tribes, we get $3 for administration. That will help offset the cost or the initial cost of setting the program up and monitoring. And hopefully, if we get enough land into this program, there'll be enough money for the tribe to eventually establish their own agricultural department. We've never had one. So that would be another goal that we would have for this program. Again, this money, $15 on this administration, to be used to implement these conservation plans that will be developed for each tract of land. The BIA is here because the BIA will have to work.
Thank you.
Represent the allottees, so there are many pieces of land that have many landowners, so they will represent the allottees. And I recommend, that's our option, our recommendation that like the allottees, those that have ownership in their allotment, that money goes to them. If they choose to enroll in the program, that money is theirs, as long as they develop a plan and they're up to make it. Any assignment holders or certificates can actually operate that land. We'd also recommend that they be treated the same as the occupiers. Very unique condition of the land. That's a brief history. Anybody have any questions? We have people here that have any questions. In our negotiations with the regular process of these kinds of agreements involves the local county board. We objected to that because of the history that we had with the board. So that was taken out. The federal government has designated an individual that will represent the government in signing these documents. They're here to answer any questions about what our responsibilities are, what their responsibilities are, operators. I'll turn it over to them, but again, by the end of this meeting, we'd like to have you guys make a decision on what we're going to do with this program. At least to have some organization. Right now, they're having new money appropriated. I've been handling it. Spare time. Ken hired Emily. A few dollars gathered in contract to start preparing some of these conservation plans and contracts to show you what they're going to look like. But it needs to be more involvement.
We'll go around and our guests can stand up. I think we have NRCS here. And they were part of our discussions when we were planning for the use of the money. And I think, I don't know if Wayne told you or not, but we'd like to enroll 540,000 acres of our tribal lands to be able to do some type of conservation plan on these acreages. CREP also stands for Conservation Resource Enhancement Program. So we all know that a lot of our land is overgrazed and stuff. So this will give us an opportunity to be able to build a conserve and bring those back to the way they were. So it's a good plan. It's a good program. We just need to find out in the end who's going to administer this office and the CREP program. And we need some startup money. So we're going to be asking you for some ideas on how to do that. So we'll start over here. Joel, you can introduce yourself, maybe introduce your team with.
Okay, thank you, President Herman. And thank you for the invitation to come. My name is Joe Schultz. I'm with the Farm Service Agency, District Director, work out of Lake Andes. This is part of my area. We have Mike Schmidt here. He's with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, NRCS. He's District Conservationist out of the White River office. We have Faith Lehman. She's the program technician for these conservation programs out of the FSA, Farm Service Agency, White River office. And Kylie Symington, she's the county executive director at the FSA office in White River. So again, thank you for a few minutes here. And thanks, Wayne. I mean, Wayne gave you a pretty good overview. If I may, I would go, we have these handouts that were put on, hopefully everybody's got one. If not, please raise your hand. We have a few more here. I don't know if everybody in the back of the room got them. Yeah, just a quick review. It's a Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program. It's the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Rosebud Sioux Tribe are partners in this program. The goal is to enroll up to 600,000 acres. That 540,000 be within the 600,000. It's a focus on grazing lands. It's a working land program, so the lands will still be grazed while they're under this CRP, Conservation Reserve Program contract. It's grazing lands. The goals are right in the middle of that front page, enroll up to 600,000 acres, but it's really the goals are to improve and protect grassland productivity through rotational grazing, water developments, increase the productivity through the use of sustainable grazing practices, reduce erosion in riparian areas. we did a good job. I mean, the annual rental payment is $15 an acre. If there's development on these pastures for water or for interior cross fencing, then there's a 50% cost share that the USDA would pay up to 50%, as long as it's, you know, sometimes we had a lot of inflation lately, so it doesn't always quite get to 50% if inflation outpaces what our rates are set at, but 50% cost share to improve the land with water development or interior fencing at $15 an acre. It's a little bit simpler program. It's based on the Grasslands CRP program, which has been around 4 years now. So it's a working land where you have to have that conservation plan that Lane was referring to try to improve the grass, to try to improve it. It's way simpler if it's just an owner-operator. And what we're talking about is we're going to need help in this partnership because a lot of these lands have tenants. They're renters on that land. And everybody's got to come to an agreement on that. And that agreement is wide open. The payment can go to the owner. And it has to agree. And maybe there's a side agreement that they're going to develop water, they're going to develop fences. Maybe if they have to adjust temporarily stopping rates, maybe there's a side agreement on that. That's between the owners and operators. It's not up to us, but for us, there has to come to that agreement so that it can get a contract. In your packet, below that fact sheet, there was just a draft of a proposed contract. Nobody signed anything on anything yet. I mean, this is entirely a voluntary program, but it's a good program. It really is. It's a good opportunity for the land and for the landowners, and hopefully also in the long run for the operators, because it's going to make better grass. So this was a proposed contract. Just threw it out there. It shows us it was 2,067 acres, and the annual rental payment would be $31,000. There's a draft conservation plan. Again, probably needs some work working with whoever gets set up from the tribe side of it. And then there's the appendix to the contract, and that's the rules of the road of the contract. And so that just gives the details of what works with the CRP contract. I'm done talking, but we sure try to answer any questions that are here. Thank you.
If there's any questions on what's happening here today, Lisa, go ahead.
First of all, I'm Lisa Coleman, and I work with TLE in the leasing department. And we're more than happy to help with this project. We're very interested in this project. We do believe that it is going to complement a lot of the non-water and non-fencing that we have out in a lot of our units, which makes them unleasable. A lot of times, right, we're forced to lease things in common with the non-native neighbor because there's not a fence between the tracks. So we are totally in favor and wanting to assist with this project. And we have had some conversation with Mary Scott and Scott's office and the NRCS FSA about TLE being that direct partner, since we have the tracked information and deal with the operators on a day-to-day basis. So that's good. That's kind of the direction that we're going in. But one question in my mind, and I am a former USDA NRCS soil conservationist and tribal liaison, so I do have a few years in service with USDA. Right out of college, I served in 4 different counties in South Dakota, so I'm a little bit versed in cropping, wetlands, and in rangeland. But my question that keeps coming up in terms of TLE is when we start putting these practices on the land, such as we plan a fence line or we plan a pipeline, how is the technical services going to work on that and the compliance? So I know there's some talk of like we're just going to turn this over to the tribe, but like what we really want for fair, I guess USDA programming is I guess we're expecting the soil conservationists, the rain conservationists, the technicians, the engineers, and then who's going to be running this FSA paperwork around? Because I know, in addition to what Mary Scott as our one single USDA representative for all of our 600,000 acres that we're talking about putting in here, that is way too big of a job to put on Mary, and then also to expect her to run FSA's paperwork around for every one of these contracts. So that's where my concern is at right now.
Okay, so the staff in White River we've got access to engineers and technicians we would design the pipelines as well as the cross fencing to make it more applicable to break up the ground or make it better for like a planned grazing system. But yeah, the whole staff, and we've even got staff in Rapid City where we have, they would design the pipelines as well.
And then the compliance, you're not expecting us, right, to go out and won't your guys' compliance, because I used to do compliance, and that gets into a lot of time.
Yes, it does. I've done it too. And I believe that was,
A lot of that, we negotiated this agreement that we police ourselves with compliance. So this office that we're gonna set up would be part of their duties, the compliance portion of it. So we would be self-reporting that aspect of it. All reports go to them. They have to do their end of it, but we're gonna be self-reporting.
And thanks, Wayne, I am comfortable with that, but like, what I'm speaking of is like, the guy who actually comes out with the wheel, you know what I mean, and verifies the practice, and make sure like the right wire. But I don't wanna get a misunderstanding or an argument in any kind of way. I wanna be respectful. But, my concern is taking USDA's responsibility away. Because when it comes to compliance, we're complying to the specific USDA rules and regulations. So we have got to keep them involved, even if we're gonna self-regulate. Because we do that anyways as TLE. We get calls for compliance.
Lisa, you're combining several things into one. First of all, this CREP program, once this piece of land is put into the program, then USDA is working on changing their regs and policies so that all these other programs that we have, equipped, whatever, can all be stacked on top of this CREP, so we have a big pool of money to use. Our self-reporting that we're talking about is just for the CREP program. Whatever this management plan that we all agree to, we have to monitor it and make sure that we're following it. We have a equip grant or any of these other grants. It's no different than the way it's being done now, but it's just we're going to be allowed to use it more freely than in the past because of this program. So we're not leaving them with duties for other programs. It's just this CREP. Just monitor that this grass is improving. This is why whatever.
But NRC or FSA would still have to come out and certify the program for payment, right?
Yeah. I'm sure.
You know what? You didn't get what I'm getting at, guys, in terms of like, okay, once a practice is in, you go out and you measure in GPS if that's really the length of the pipeline, or how will that work is my question.
It's not going to work any different than it is now for the program. This CREP money is different. It's $15. If you want to use $15 to build a fence, we do our fence. It's all in this plan. We do that. But if you want them to participate in cost sharing or them to participate in anything else, their rules aren't going to change. The only part that changes is it allows us easier access to those other programs that they're still going to administer.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm still learning, like what everyone's rules are. Thank you.
Emily, did you have a comment?
Thank you. I had a comment on one of the previous questions that she had about like staffing. I think at one of our earlier conversations that we had, there was the potential of identifying funds even within the Keeps Eagle settlement funding. I think that was a suggestion maybe from PIA or somebody that the tribe could request a FSA type liaison, similar to how Mary is filling that role with the NRCS. So I just wanted to point out that there is flexibility, or there are options for us to look into. But I think what we're looking for right now is just some clarity and direction, and making sure that our leadership is aware of where we are in the process, so that we can continue to move forward. Because we still need to develop an application process that works for everybody, a sign-up process that works for everybody. We need to determine any of these sub-agreements that need to happen between the operator and the tribe. We need to determine the length of these agreements, all those kind of things. And then also, just to kind of reiterate or state, I guess, what my understanding was for the compliance part is that was kind of part of the negotiation, is the after, compliance afterwards, that would be somebody that the tribe, whether we're utilizing somebody that's already staffed, we have several compliance officers within DIA and some of the land officers, it could be something totally different. But initially, as far as the responsibility to help, or, you know, the relationship for them to help with the technical assistance of drafting that, the staff is very open to that. They have even identified, I mean, I've been in contact even with, you know, the regional NRCS people, so I think there's a lot of opportunity to do that. But what we need to do is make sure that the leadership, that you all understand where we are right now, and that can be different than where we are next year or in the future. That this is just an opportunity, one opportunity to access these types of funding that are going to be available. This one in specific might be for, you know, agriculture or grazing, but I think that if we do it right and show that there's success in this, we could potentially, like was mentioned earlier, piggyback on some of these other funding opportunities, so that we can look more closely, like, it's not just grass, what type of grass? Is it cool season, is it warm season? We can look at things like fire instead of grazing only. We can look at things like wildlife habitat versus just grazing. But those things can't happen until we can get this and show that it can be successful for this particular part. Yeah, so I can ask some more questions too, but those are just some comments I had based on this. Thank you.
To follow up on what Emily's saying here, everybody's used to sign the contract and reading that contract word for word, and getting in these big spots and matches over language. Well, on negotiations, we told them that, look, these are going to be living documents. Every year, these increasing times might change, because we might have a drop, or we might have, you know, whatever. Things are going to change every year, so these documents need to be, so that we can modify them to fit with what's going to happen. So that's part of what we negotiate. And to clear things up, and I hate to say this on air, but to clear things up, this $15 that they're giving us, that was given to the tribe. The tribe can do whatever they want to do with that. They can go out and buy a bunch of snowmobiles if they want to. There's no restriction. That's a payment for the tribe for enrolling in this program, enrolling this land into the program. However, we're trying to make sure that that money is used for what this program was designed for, and that's to improve the grassland. That's what its money will be used to implement whatever kind of management plan that we approve of. And I'm really encouraging everybody to work on this, that initially we start very, very minimal. Don't put something down that we can't do. And that's all up to us. If you don't like it, you don't have to. And this land that we're talking about now is only in Todd County. As soon as USDA finishes up their environmental assessment, then we can talk about lands in the other 4 counties.
Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you guys for coming. I just had a clarification question. So you're saying that the tribe will be able to do whatever we want with that $50 for the 540,000 acres. So does that include, did we take out the lands that are owned by individuals in that amount? Or is that just tribal land, or is that individualized? Like, let's say you have a lot of land within there, do we have to take it out of that? Or identify, do you see what I'm saying?
If you own the land, outright own the land, it's up to you to enroll the land.
So we'd have to come to you, or they would have to come to you,
Yes.
and then they would get their own individualized contract like this?
Yes.
Okay.
And then where it gets complicated is if this land is incorporated into a region or a bigger
Right.
tract of land. That's where it gets complicated.
Right.
But yeah, your piece is entirely up to you if you want it.
If they want to do it or not.
If you want to do it or not, and then
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Where is this at?
That's not a Mustang Meadows.
Okay, this is the land that we're planning on enrolling or proposing to be enrolled?
Yep, so we were asked to kind of give an example for leadership, just so that you guys could get an idea of what a contract might look like. The land there, the map there was provided by our USDA partners, but in Moapoka with Sioux. However, we have not yet fully addressed their board yet. We haven't fully addressed anybody, so everything is kind of up in the air. This was just something that we provided for an example, so you can get an idea of what's possible. And again, it's mainly for grading, so you can see like some of the water stuff might be out or whatever, but that's the area. And I think it was around 30,000 or 31,000 or something acres that were eligible total. But depending on which one you're looking at, one of the examples was kind of a smaller section of that bigger one, and then I think the other plan was of that full 30,000.
Okay, and then, what kind of impacts will this have on our ranchers that are leasing, tribal land?
So I think ideally this is it was meant to be an incentive, but it's only an incentive, I think, if that's something that they already want to do. If rotational grazing or, water redistribution or something isn't something they had in their plan, then it may seem like other work or extra work for them. So that's why, again, we wanted to do this slowly, learn from it, see what's all possible, so that when we do open it up for our ranchers or the bigger, public community, that we're able to have built in some educational opportunities in there. I wanted to jump right in there, like, we need to do engagement right now, but until we have some of these things to work out and actually have information to offer them, it didn't make much sense to do education outreach because we didn't know what we were going to be providing for that. So I think that is always the goal, is to make this help with their livelihood, but that shouldn't be the only goal isn't the livelihood. The goal, I think, in my mind, is for the grasses and making sure that the long-term health of the grasslands are restored to how they should be.
I think almost anything is possible. I mean, if the land is overgrazed, we need to cut back the carrot capacity, this money could be used to supplement that. If it requires more work from the operator to move his cattle around, which he hadn't anticipated, that can be negotiated with what that's going to cost the operator. And his fences have to be put in, or the water that has to be put in, the operator so choose, they can contract. There's no really restrictions on this $15. It's the other part that has all the restrictions. And all we were shooting for is that we could use all of those in addition to the $15 to have more resources and more readily accessible.
And I guess, for the council and Emily, my concern isn't like necessarily, just that. There are several grants out by NRCS right now, that some of our entities have applied for that address some of the issues that Ms. Cologne brought up earlier, about giving some assistance to our local office through those grants. So trying to think about what Emily is saying, Mrs. Boyd is saying, and what Ms. Cologne is saying, and what you were saying, I guess I see all these things tying together, and that this being something we can do, but some of it hinges on the approval of those grants from NRCS and that our entities apply for, because let's say that I own a ranch and this grant will help me do cross fencing or something like that. I'm not going to pretend that I know a lot about ranching because I don't know much, but that will help me do cross fencing for cattle or horses or buffalo. And with that, we can do this conservation. But there's one other issue too that's like, I don't know where this falls into place, if it even matters, is what about all the prairie dogs? Is that going to be a big problem for the preservation or like trying to preserve our grasslands? Because right now, if you see, there's a lot of prairie dogs encroaching on areas. I mean, they're even running across the road now.
Unless I'm wrong, you guys can correct me. There are no restrictions what we can use money for. In our original negotiations we had with the government, they said that the $15 belongs to the tribe can do whatever they want to.
We could put it back into land management?
Yes, we control the prairie dogs, whatever it takes to enhance the grass.
And you mentioned that there's like some cost sharing involved, and my mind automatically goes to that PA fee that people pay, but that's only maintenance only. And I know we paid that out to people who, paid that in this past year, but I mean, they're gonna be paying that in again, and that's for land improvement. So is that another alternative?
All this cost sharing stuff that we talked about in the agreement, it talks about it, right? Putting up 4% or 5%, I can't remember what the agreement was, but it's administrative that will go back and more than covers that. That's used for that, so that there will be no other cost required from the operator's side. Where it talks about, cost sharing, it's these other programs that we're talking about. They have cost sharing requirements here, and that will bring us back on top of it.
Okay.
We still have to follow those rules. As far as $15 an hour.
One last question, with the, I know, 3 minutes per question, just kidding. With the grassland and the conservation, does that include like all natural things? I guess I'm really thinking about not just the grass, but sage, tinsula, other medicinal plants. Does it include that?
I would certainly hope that in this management plan that the tribe negotiates, you have all that as exactly. That's up to us. We're gonna figure this out, and we're gonna do it the farm
Okay, because it's really, like important for the sovereignty and cultural preservation, all of that. I think Emily was raising her hand and answered back there.
Oh, I just had a comment, I think, about, again, I might sound like a broken record, but I think in my mind, we're talking about kind of two maybe different things. One is like specifically this CREP program, which was kind of like the existing grassland CRP that's already in existence, but they kind of took out some of the barriers that were existing for tribal land or tribal entities or native nations to even access that. So that's the first part, and I think that is strictly for this grass that we're talking about and strictly from a grazing perspective. But I feel like I'm hearing from you some of these more broader things with grassland management. So aside from the prairie dog comment, I think that to me is where my mind goes for as far as what the tribe should be doing with management of grasslands in the whole. And don't get me wrong, I think that ranching is definitely should be part of that, but I don't think that that should be the driving factor for overall grassland conservation. Because in my mind, what's missing and what's happening is grassland ecosystems, that functioning ecosystem is what's deteriorating and what's, you all hear about save the rainforest. Well, really, grasslands are disappearing at a higher rate than any other ecosystem in the whole world. So our lands that we were here were actually privileged to have them. And so in my mind, this is just the first step to be able to build that full idea of what grassland management, tribal sovereignty should look like. And so in that bigger picture, we should have entities or management plans on areas that is specific for ecosystem functionality versus grazing and money making. So that's why I just wanted to point out, I feel like you might be talking about a couple, like two different things, whereas this one is strictly for that subset of the agricultural community. Whereas as a tribe, we do have the opportunity to have our management expand beyond just ranching and where we're looking at soils, where we're looking at water, where we're looking at birds, where we're looking at the people. So a lot of work that I've been doing for the last couple of years is redefining what conservation means. And that is putting people in there, putting it in balance, putting all these things together in a holistic functioning ecosystem. And so I can tell you right now that there is a big movement, nationally, internationally for this type of management. A lot of people are looking at indigenous communities and our knowledge for that kind of thing. So I would just kind of put that out there right now to say that that could be something that we could be looking forward to, where we can bridge or we can grade what worked best with this, colonized Western approach and what has worked for eons and generations with our indigenous knowledge and making them adaptable to our current conditions. So that's my spiel. Thank you.
Sorry.
Wayne and Lisa.
Sherry touched on one point was the granting from NRCS and everything. It's non-competitive, right? Like, so if someone already has an NRCS contract for cross fencing or water, and then CREP is implemented, it doesn't do away with whatever is already going in for a project.
That's some of the stuff that they're working on right now.
Right. I just want to point that out because you touched on it, so. I'll clear it up for the operators.
Bunch of hands. We got Lisa back there and then Cleve has his hand raised, so go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. I just have one question for clarification on the management standpoint out of our office. In the past, what I understood was, from other cost share programs, when you plan, say, let's just say a tap, okay? There's rural water there and you're just gonna put taps, about $4,000 right now to Trick County Water at a tap. So if we sign that up as a practice within the CRP when we enroll the track into the program, because that's when you add the practices, does the producer and or us, say the owner's TLE, so we want to try like a few 100% TLE tracks with this, right, to model it, do we have to pay for those practices up front and then get reimbursed from USDA, or is there funding available immediately to cover that 50%?
As far as the CREP program goes, no, the money will be a year out. I'm not sure if there are any existing programs that are available that we can tap into, but as far as this money, it's a year out. That's why I've been encouraging these guys that are working on this plan to make it very simple. Very sure, we'll make any requirements. And then when the money starts rolling, then you can step up your requirements. And that's why I was asking the tribal council to reconsider TLE taking responsibility to start this program, because they have the resources to start it. We don't right now.
To you guys at FSA or at USDA, do you guys require, no matter who it is, okay, if it's an operator or TLE, whoever's managing the track, if we plan a mile of fence, which is about $16,000 right now just in equipment and materials, okay? So if we plan a mile of fence, do we have to front that mile of fence equipment, labor, and materials and then turn in paperwork for reimbursement? Or is there a pot of money available for cost share immediately? That's my specific question.
Oh, can you answer that?
As it sits right now on the CRP grasslands, this CREP agreement, there would be up to 50% cost share from this program, and the practice has to be installed to get the cost share advance. Now, provided some bills and the contractor gave you 30 or 60 days to pay that bill upon completion, wouldn't necessarily have to be paid at the time we advance it, but it has to be installed. Everything's subject to spot check. The guy needs to get paid if we issue the cost share. We're only doing 50%. I'd like to build on what Wayne talked about. The they is in the levels above us in Washington, D.C., USDA, are working on allowing us to stack these programs so that you get more than 50%. Might be done, but we haven't been informed that it's done. I think it's still a work in progress.
Okay, thank you. Both.
And again, Lisa, I just don't understand that this cost sharing has nothing to do with this $15. Our obligation for $15 is taking out this administration and that we're using for the program.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. The other thing is, it's all under that same contract that there's a $15 annual rental payment paid in year in arrears. So it's after the year that's paid. The 50% cost share is upon installation of the practice, whatever that may be.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Cleve, then Donna. Cleve?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, good afternoon, Tribal Council. The TLE board had met with the same group here a couple different times. And the board's feeling on this is, if I may say so, I guess the TLE definitely wants to be involved in this. If the tribe elects, the council elects to take part in this program. Of course, we don't have the staff yet, we wouldn't have the equipment, but we definitely like to implement this for the Rosebud Sioux tribe. You know, there's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts out there, a lot of land, tribal programs, individual producers. But as long as the tribe elects to take part in this program with the USDA, then we'd also have to develop the policies. to go along with this. And that's where the down and dirty stuff that Lisa's talking about, would be hammered out. But yeah, the board, I guess feels without an emotion at this point, definitely feels like they'd like to implement this for the Rosebud Sioux tribe. That's kind of their official feelings at this point. Of course, this could take some work, and I think we're looking at 3 entities from the beginning of this as initial wins for this whole thing. Of course, Mustang Meadows, Tribal Ranch, and there was one other one, Emily. I thought there was 3.
We've been working with Matt at Game Fish and Parks, but those haven't yet. He has several over there, and so
Yeah.
those are kind of the.
Well, we've already got together data maps for at least a couple of the entities to start the program out as a pilot. And then it'll be developed from then on to other counties as funding is available and to individual landowners, the way I understand it. So I think it'll be a win for the tribe if they take part in this. My 2 cents.
Yeah, and right now, the 600,000 acres we're talking about is for all that, but we can't go outside Cobb County until we finish the environmental assessment. Hopefully, if the need arises, maybe we can go and negotiate a higher acreage, but right now we're limited to 600.
Donna, do you have a comment?
Good afternoon, visitors. I just wanted to acknowledge and say that I think we have the right person in there, being a native biologist. I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Boyd for, I think she's finally gotten the right job with her right degree. And I think it's something that we need to look forward to. Thank you.
Any more questions? Lisa?
Good morning, council administration. I just, with the TLE board is agreeable to put this on, so I'll just go ahead and make a motion to, how should I do that, to allow TLE to move forward with the contract and provide the funding, the start of funding they need. How much funding is going to be needed?
That's going to be totally up to how they would administer it, and they're going to have to hire staff, and want staff.
Okay.
I'm not sure where the office is located. We're talking at least $200,000 additional, that can be reimbursed. And hopefully there'll be enough land and roads, so we'll have cushions, so we always have more. Because we could be eventually what they have on.
So I'll go ahead and move to put the program under TLE and authorize them to move forward with the contract and provide the startup funding.
There's a motion on the floor, second by Vanessa. Is there any more discussion? Now we need a question. Share. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. And thank you guys for all coming. Anyone other questions or anything?
Go this way.
Come on.
All right, thank you. Another one. Oh, you didn't leave us some. Oh, we're getting ready to feed.
Thanks for coming. While they're here. Oh, nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
We've never been appreciate you guys. Mr. President, I do appreciate the chance. Okay, I think Vanessa wants to reconsider and bring back up that resolution that was tabled earlier. In regards to Antelope Community's tracts of land, we have TLE here. You can ask them any questions as far as what the resolution is saying. Vanessa, you need to make a motion to reconsider and approve, what resolution number, was it 118? 181, 2023, 181?
2023?
Yeah, 2023, 181.
Yes, I'll make the motion to reconsider and approve 2023 181.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, need a second. Steve. Go ahead, Adel, you want to go ahead and read the resolution again so we know or TLE's.
Second, whereas Antelope Community is a recognized entity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and whereas the largest community of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, we don't have any resources to assist community members, and whereas there are 626 acres of hay and cropland, P 9142, described as those portions, section 1, 2, 3, 11, and 12 of P 38 and R 28W, and section 35, T 39 North, R 28 West, containing 324.60 acres of farmland and 301.40 acres of grassland in Todd County, South Dakota, less acreage given to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Game Fish and Parks Department within our boundaries has not been leased since 1977. And whereas the Antelope Community is requesting the use of land for a period of 50 years to assist in social economic development of the community, now therefore be resolved to supersede all past resolutions pertaining to this land as described in this resolution, and that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council grant to Antelope Community the use of this land. Be it further resolved to supersede all past resolutions pertaining to this line as described in this resolution, and all existing crops or hay be given to Antelope Community for their exclusive use.
Okay, Cleve, we tabled this earlier because we didn't quite know where that acreage was at, and we're gonna give it to somebody to kind of know where it's at, and if it's allowable through TLE to do that, so.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Tribal Council. About 2 or 3 months ago, we were approached by Antelope Community at TLE to develop a map of the lands that Antelope controls so they can get an advertisement out. And we agreed to do that. We did the same thing with St. Francis Community. We did a map and they were able to advertise their leased lands. Now, in this case, when the staff started to do the research to find out what tracts of land and legal descriptions were approved, so we can map it, we went to the Secretary's office many times to find a resolution that had the legal descriptions or tracts of land or something so we can map it. And in all of our research, we couldn't find a final resolution anyplace. Even talked to SGU a couple times about it, about a final resolution, who actually has control of the land. And so we told Antelope Community that if you can get us a resolution with legal descriptions, we can map anything. TLE right now does not control those lands. Solo does not control these lands. As you heard, the way I understand it, this started back in 1977. And I'm not sure what the climate was back then, who had control over what. But if it's unclear, at least in our staff's eyes, that we don't have a legal description to develop a map. And TLE does not have control of it, Solo does not have control of it, it's tribal land. And I think that's what Jordan's here today, is to reaffirm these resolutions that initially gave it to Antelope, so we can help them develop a lease on those lands. Right?
Correct.
Yep.
Question.
Go ahead, Wayne.
So, is this additional acres or just clearing up what was in control of Antelope?
Clearing up.
Clearing up? Because it used to just be labeled as ranging at 55, right?
Right, that's correct.
And so that wasn't clear enough, or?
Well, the original resolutions on the back from 99, or 90, that has the tracts listed on there.
Right, but I mean, it used to just be known as ranging at 55 with Antelope Communities.
Yeah, so basically, to further clarify, what we're trying to do is get our bids out. We can't get our bids out unless we have a map. We can't have they can't process up a map until we have these approved from here. They've just always been identified as animal communities. But we have to come to this body to ask for it to be formally, just to clear it up, so that way they can make the maps. That's why there's 3 different ones on there.
So this resolution's from '99, where's the resolution from the '70s?
I thought that's what was discussed.
There's two other resolutions that are gonna discuss all of our land. We have other land out there that needs to be cleared up.
Okay, we're not gonna separate, we're gonna consolidate it, right?
No, they put them, our community put them into 3 different resolutions.
Russell, you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I was, sitting outside, enjoying the weather. One of your staff, person came up and said the tract of land is combined with SBU somehow. So they both own the tract. He had some map or a picture of it, so I think we need to, what's his name? Maybe just to clarify it, maybe for my sake, because,
Oh, yeah, I don't know, I'll have to call him over again.
he brought the resolution over here.
We have a map with the track numbers on it.
Okay, you got a map, somebody got a
Make
map?
some copies.
Can William over there?
Yeah.
To get some clarification as well?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll make a bunch of copies too.
Cleve, what are your bylaws say for lease terms?
We make the time?
Yeah.
My former life, the CFR, you can lease land up to 99 years. And I think, I don't think the bylaws have a number of years in PLE control land. On these lands, PLE doesn't control it, so it's up to the council to length of terms of the lease, I guess, or handle. We got 9 years.
The other question that I have is, all of these tracts of land, the community gets to lease that money and retain that, right? Land and retain that. And, do all communities do that?
Several of them do. Oak Creek, Winter Ideal, St. Francis.
That's like me.
The Foot Bear, Spring Creek.
Rosebud doesn't, right?
No. And some communities, take the lease income off certain tracts, and some communities just identify the dollar amount they want off leases. So we do it both ways.
Okay, and then, once the lease payments are made and you release them to the communities, do they come draw that money down from you or just write a check and give it to the community?
No, we provide that check to finance, and then finance deals with the community drawdowns.
Okay, I'm not saying that I oppose Antelope getting their leases or any community. I just want to address something for my community because we have like over 1,000 members in Rosebud community and we're always talking about this. And there's been a few times where I've attempted to come here and get like lease money for my community from the businesses that sit in Rosebud. But there's always the argument that this community is for the tribe, it's like our capital. So Rosebud community doesn't have any privileges like these other communities. And it's really frustrating for me because like yesterday I had a tribal member that needed some help. But our community funds isn't like this. We don't have extra funds. All we get is the drawdown from the casino. And we have to depend on that. We don't have any other alternative funding sources for a community that serves over 1,000 members. So just to put that in the rest of the council's mind, I think we really need to come up with some sort of a solution so communities are getting an equitable amount of our lease money if this is something that we're going to be doing. I feel like all communities should be getting some lease money. Councilwoman Kilsenwater mentioned before that the boundaries that were created were for voting purposes. So I guess if they're only there for voting purposes, I feel like we should really try to come up with a solution that benefits all of our communities, so that all of our communities could get some sort of startup funding that will help them develop their economy, their local economy. But further to that, I also think that the communities should come forth with a development plan. There's things that the communities can do to help establish businesses and really help uplift our communities. One of our biggest issues here is with the communities, I know, is continuity, because it's only 1 year for the chairman, but I feel like we should really address that and see what we could do to assist our communities grow and expand. So maybe one day we'll be there asking them for some money. They'll be the wealthy ones, and they'll be able to, support the community members. But I just want to put that all in your mind to please think about all of our communities, and if we could make a separate day where we can come up with a solution for this, because one of your biggest communities on this reservation doesn't get any benefits from land lease. Thank you.
Jordan, you want to answer a question or?
No, I'm just gonna give the floor to my community chair, she can answer more of the.
Okay. Linda, we were talking about the tracts of land. Is SGU including any of these tracts of land as far as their use of it, or is it, you're just you already have it, but are you utilizing it, I guess?
Good afternoon, administration and council. I'm Melinda Yellow Eagle, and the reason why these are brought up is because there was a discrepancy back then over the SGU acreage, and they went back and forth. They were identified as annual communities. That's our lease income, and we've been doing the research on it. And the final one we have is what we have here on the resolution. So that's why the resolution is attached to the back of it. TLE had informed my VP that's been handling these issues for us, stated that we need to have an amended and updated resolution to reduce the max. So that's what we've been working on. Usually our lease was terminated back in March, so we've been trying to tackle this issue for a few months now, and it finally got to the council floor. But like I said, back then there was a discrepancy. SGU wanted that, AMLO wanted it, but it settled down to this resolution. This is all we can find. I did ask SGU if they did have any kind of resolution stating that what was identified for SGU, and I couldn't get a copy of the resolutions also. So I don't know what they have identified for SGU, but this is what was identified for AMLO. So that's why we did the amendment and bring it back, so we could get our mapping done and get our lease bids out. And as far as Rosebud, they do get hay money from their hay bids, or from the hay bids that they do send out, so they do get income. I think almost every community probably lease land and do get income. And like I said, these are, the reason why they're separate resolutions because they're different tracts, and we usually issue one lease out to one individual and another one to SGU for their buffalo ranch. And this other section is identified on the south side of Antelope in the back area, and it's not too much either. But we just now found a resolution to that, so that's why this is coming back to the floor too, because it identified it. If you look at the old resolution, it does state 5 years. And they never have a stipulation for the communities. That's why we amended it and brought it back up to the floor.
Okay, is there any more questions? Wayne?
Yeah, so this map shows that all this in the blue should be included in this, correct?
Now, this map that you have, it's like Wayne said, everything in blue is based off resolution number 96-103. And that's the only resolution we had. And actually, I got that from SGU, that identified legal descriptions and tracts of land. So I provided this map to SGU as reference only, that resolution right there had these tracts of land in it. And it was unclear to me, well, what's the last resolution? Was there one that superseded this? I don't know. In our research, we couldn't find any. So I think that's why Antelope Community is bringing these back, is to actually officially say Antelope Community, this thing forward or back or whatever, this is their property they want to lease out, so.
Well, I mean, it's really confusing because, so, tract 11,378, tract 11,518, tract 11,515, those are basically 2 full quarters.
Mhm.
Those are down as assignments to SGU for agricultural use. The rest of these 3 or 4, I know that those are Antelope Communities because we used to pay Antelope Community like $25,000 when I was the Buffalo foreman. But these 3 on the far left, right here, those are in record because the resolution and stuff used to be stuck on the wall in the Buffalo office. And then it was from 1999 when they started the Buffalo project. And then Antelope used to have this one up here too, because this was considered all of Unit 55, north and south.
Yeah, see, in creating a map, we didn't have any of that. Like I said, what is the actual, who controls what property?
So who's collecting lease on that?
TLE control. What?
Who's collecting lease on this? Up north and
North of it? It's not TLE, I can tell you that. I don't know.
Good.
Okay, North Range Unit 55 goes to SGU, North South Unit 55. That's why it's identified that way, but we can't get the resolution. Where's the resolutions? We went to Solo, TLE, BIA, no one has anything stipulating any of that, and we can't get our map until we get the resolution then, so that's what we went off of. It's the last resolution.
So Antelope hasn't been collecting lease on this?
On the North 55, no, it's been underneath SGU. But thanks for the heads up, I like that. It was underneath Antelope. I didn't know. No.
Well, it even says in our grazing resolution, SGU controls 55.
North Range 55. And Antelope does South 55. That's why we don't have nothing for North Range Unit 55. Because they keep all their hay and all that stuff up there on the North Range Unit. And on the South is what we lease to them as far as the Buffalo.
Right, along with 11,519.
Yep.
Yeah, that should be included in Antelope. But then these other 3, nobody has any record of that? Not even SGU came forward?
No. They're just, one is to hurry up and get this done so they can bid on that. What we have underneath Antelope, so like I said, it's hard tracing down these resolutions and trying to do the research on it, and this is what we came up with.
But it's behind.
Yeah, I talked to Sonny and them too about this, so. Okay, any more discussion? We're trying to approve 2023-181 to clarify.
So, as bad a record keeping, Mr. Chair, as bad a record keeping as the tribe apparently is doing, why do we have 3 resolutions and why don't we consolidate them? Because then we'll find these on the bottom of the filing cabinet next.
We bid them separate.
Yeah, we bid them separately, that's why.
Well, you could bid them separate, but they need to be included into one, so that there's not acreage on this one different from the acreage on these 2. Because 20 years down the road, all of a sudden, Antelope Community might be coming and say, hey, this one had this one and that one had that one.
Okay, with that, we need separate maps made for each different thing, and that's how it was explained to the VP. That's why the resolutions are, and 3 resolutions are broke down. Okay, everybody clear? Clear a little bit, but. Any more discussion on it? Guys, feel comfortable voting on it? I'll call for the question.
We have council next week, Mr. Chair.
We're gonna have it on the 23rd, is that next week?
Is that honoring?
Yeah, next Friday. Yeah, next Friday, we're gonna have one
Because
23rd
they meet with
to
SU
finish up
on
the
Monday, right?
agenda and then have an honoring, so.
On the 23rd?
Yeah.
Is that when?
It's on the agenda.
I can't believe no one's in the office. It's like-
Okay, guess we don't want to vote on it. Need a question. Put it up or down.
I'd rather,
You want to clarification? We'll
I
table
just
it
want
here.
to, I would like to have it brought back up at our next council meeting. Because this Friday, we have SGU's meeting. And this directly ties into their law, or what they want to try to say is, remember that $1.50 an acre, whatever that they're entitled to? For the last 20 years, they should have been, this is what we should have been giving them for free on those 3 quarters, or 2 quarters.
Okay. Tabling it again?
Yes.
Just till next week.
Motion to table till next week. Need a second? Second by Vanessa. Roll call vote.
What we doing?
Need a question? Roll call vote.
How come they can't get revenue off of South 55?
The second, right?
That's what I don't understand.
Excuse me?
How come you haven't been able to get revenue off of 55 South and advertise it?
That's what we're using as, South the range unit. We don't get nothing from North Range Unit 55 because that's identified as SGU.
No, but someone was telling you that we had to pass these for you to advertise them?
To get mapping, yeah, we need maps. So when you bid them out, they'll know what they're bidding on.
That's what I'm confused too.
This is way confusing.
All right, we have a tabling motion on the floor. There's supposed to be no discussion when there's a tabling motion. So let's, I'll call for the question. We'll have a roll call vote. Table this till next week. Bring it back.
Because Wade wants to wait until the SGU meeting too, to get all the documentation.
There's a resolution. There was a resolution.
Question? Question by Sheriff. Roll call vote. Table until next week.
Jordan Ross? No. Russell Eaglebear?
People the animal line stuff.
I'm not voting better.
You have to vote on the
Sorry, that's the deal. You have to vote. And abstain.
This is a clarification needed on, if we have a roll call vote, I guess that they're saying that you can't abstain, you have to vote.
Well, Sergeant at Arms is supposed to answer that question.
All right, Sergeant Arms.
And abstain, you vote either yes or no on the roll call vote.
Clarified now?
Start over. Start over on the roll call vote.
Jordan Ross? No. Russell Eaglebear?
What was the question?
They're saying, they wanted a clarification on a roll call vote, you either have to vote yes or no. They said they can't abstain. That's the question.
You can't abstain from the
That's what they started saying. Okay.
I recall there was a, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I remember there
There has been a
was.
roll call vote in the past where there was 2 that abstained, and I know Pam was one of them. I just want to know if that set precedent or had our legislative procedure changed since then.
I'm not sure, but, Pam, see what you started?
I didn't start nothing. I just know because everybody's asking.
And, I think it's a question of maybe,
I know now. I can answer.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay.
How? Okay, whatever you want.
Russell, yes.
Should you table it?
Just the table.
Yes.
Steve Ray?
Yes.
Stanley Woodenknife is absent. Vanessa Red Hawk Thompson?
Yes.
Michael Lunderman?
Yes.
Fremont Palace?
Yes.
Danielle Blackfeather is absent. Bill Marshall is absent. Wayne Frederick?
Yes.
Eileen Schott?
Yes.
Martha Blue Thunder? Yes. Sherry Wright Plink? Yes. Norman Redding Senior?
Yes.
Pamela Kilswater?
Abstain. That's quick, yes.
Amy
me see if I get
Story,
one.
absent. Sarah Iat?
Yes.
Donald Hollenberg? Dwight Spotted Tail?
Oh.
One zero four. We're at 15-1, 15
15-1.
favor, one not voting, four absent.
How is one not voting? I thought you guys said we had to.
One said no.
One said no. 15 yes, one no, four not voting, right? Yep, pass. Let's have, Eileen, can you say no fur, and we'll take a lunch? Get some priced, Jared, you want the floor? Go ahead,
Chairman, remember I requested, emergency legislation earlier for a resolution and attorney got it completed, so I wanted to bring it back up.
Yeah, we have some people sitting here today. We talked at Budget and Finance about some of this stuff coming up on my report because it's really time sensitive. And that they shouldn't have to sit here all day. And so let's deviate and do that business, and then we can go back on the reports for my report and we'll do it that way. So, one of the items was the daycare, or is that what you're bringing up next, or?
No, remember I asked for emergency legislation, but the attorney gave me the wrong resolution, so he rewrote it.
Okay, so you wanna bring it on again?
Yeah, I think it was 187, Anna? 182. 182?
182.
Motion to approve resolution 23-182.
She said we didn't actually vote on the emergency, so give the number.
We voted on the emergency, and then that's when I got the number, and then I was gonna go motion to approve, but
You guys, they didn't do the actual vote though. You guys said you counted it, and then they withdrew it.
I withdrew my motion to approve.
Let's just do it over. Motion for emergency legislation.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Just a second. Jordan, question by Norman. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Opposed?
Opposed. 1, 2, 2,
Not voting.
1.
1, 2.
Motion carried.
Motion carried.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 23-182.
Need a second. Jordan, go ahead.
I'll start with the third whereas. Someone's getting married back here.
Always happens when Pam's on the plane.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to promulgate and enforce ordinances for the maintenance of law and order and to safeguard the peace, morals, and the general welfare of the tribe and to provide for the administration of justice pursuant to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Constitution and Bylaws, Article 4, Section 1A, K, and M, and whereas the Constitution and Bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Article 4, Section 1A, authorizes the tribal council to negotiate with federal, state, and local governments on behalf of the tribe. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council enacted RST Resolution 2013-314 to require the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs honor its treaty obligation for the location of the Rosebud Agency, that consideration be given to the economics, costs, and expenses associated with travel incurred by tribal officials and tribal members to meet with BIA personnel and to move the BIA Rosebud Agency back to Rosebud, South Dakota. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has made and passed a motion and resolution for the BIA superintendent to be here in person to give a report due to her continued absence from the office. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe has passed a motion and resolution to require the superintendent Rosebud Agency to establish an office in Rosebud, South Dakota and be present for 3 days out of the week for the public to meet with the superintendent to have better access to services. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe has passed a motion and enacted a resolution to have the BIA intervene on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe on the gaming compact. Whereas that in accordance with the motion of May 10th, 2023, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe directs the superintendent Rosebud Agency to publish a monthly calendar beginning on June 1st, 2023, or as soon as possible to provide notice to the general public and to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council of the public events and announcements, planned activities, availability of the superintendent and any other necessary public information, and to distribute monthly calendars to the general public through local media, newspapers, and any other public announcement service. And whereas the BIA superintendent has failed to provide a report on either the status or progress of any of the referenced RST Tribal Council directives and has failed in their responsibility to supervise the delivery of adequate governmental services to the people of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council requests and directs the Great Plains Regional Director to take immediate plans to remove or detail the current incumbent from the BIA superintendent Rosebud agency to another agency or office. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council requests this resolution be sent to the BIA Great Plains Regional Director for immediate attention and action consistent with this resolution.
Okay, we have a question on here, second whereas on the first page. What's that with intervening with the gaming compact? Is that even?
We did if you remember, we passed a resolution in here requesting that we have the BIA superintendent, help us with that gaming compact with the governor. I believe it was a law. I think they were to file a lawsuit, I think it was. But it was to deal with to help us get going with that gaming compact, because that gaming compact has never been negotiated since 1996, I believe. It's just always been a continuing. Chairman asking for an extension.
We had a negotiation meeting last week, and we had the state people on there from the governor's office, and we did talk to a point where we didn't come to some type of agreement yet for our gaming compact, but we're in that process right now. We hired Martin Van Norman to take the lead on it, as far as he was the National Indian Gaming Director at one time, so he knows a lot about gaming activities, so he was on that call with us. I thought it turned out pretty good. What happened was we kind of got stuck at the amount of machines that we were going to allow, as we wanted the same as Flandreau as far as the equity, and that was 1,000 machines, but they were only offering us 500, so we got stuck there. We're going to have another one. We're going to come back again and see if we'll move on that, but the last gaming compact that was made was back in 2006, so it's been a while for that, but we've been in the process of doing that, so I don't know if that would really be in there.
Well, the tribal council did pass a motion on it.
Okay, well, we'll see what they can do for us, I guess.
Wayne.
Wayne?
No, that's what my question was too. I don't understand why it's up to the tribal government and not the BIA.
Jordan?
I support it, but at the same time, I guess part of me just wonders in the future, how are we going to prevent this from continuing to happen to us? I feel like time and time again, we have a superintendent that comes in and they fail every single time. So I feel like maybe we need to, if this passes, we need to have an end goal too, to how we're going to make it better, make that office more sustainable for a superintendent to come in and do what they're actually supposed to be doing for our people.
All right, any more discussion? Sharon?
I guess I just kind of feel like it's harsh. I understand what the council wants and what the people need. I just feel like Ms. Ashley has done some pretty good things for us so far. And from what I see, I mean, her willingness to work with us, have meetings, I mean, getting us moving on all that HIP money that's been sitting there, all these other side projects. She's been working with us on the secretarial election. I feel like this is just a harsh reprimand or whatever for her not being here, being able to comply. And maybe we need to take initiative to make sure that office is open, or move our IT office to Mission and move them all back over here.
That's just the thing, is that they don't want to move back here. See, back in 2013, when we passed that resolution for them to move back, their initial reason for why they moved over there was because there was something going to go on with this building. And I don't know if it was technical difficulties or what it was that was going on, I can't remember, but that was their reasoning, and it was only a temporary stay over there. And then we had elders coming into the council chambers that wanted the superintendent back down here. And they never even listened to that. So that's why we passed that resolution in 13, and it never happened.
I remember that. I remember that. I remember the past superintendent that we had here that was local was directed to move here too, and she never did either. So I guess I just feel like it's really harsh. And I think she does a lot for us. I mean, I wish we could come to a different, I feel like there's a bigger problem, and it's not just her having to constantly ask permission. I mean, it feels like she's just a pass-through person on the ground. And I know Councilman Frederick made a motion a while back to dissolve the regional office, because our local office hands are always tied when it comes to helping us or doing what we want. They're always having to run back to the regional office. So I just wanted to state that. I feel like she does pretty good, and she, takes her scoldings well.
Any more discussion? Vera, and then Russell.
Yeah, I just want to say that it has to do with the land. She's been trying her hardest. I know there's a lot of things that everyone feels the Bureau is responsible for, the trust obligations. You have to remember that the federal government runs these guys, all just workers, just like us. So I do feel that she's trying her hardest. I questioned her a few times, and she told me straight up what kind of search she was at, the trainings, and they were all pertinent to what goes on here. She's not from here, so she was trying to educate herself on our land, or herself on our land. And I thought that was cool, because some of our own people don't educate themselves on our land. So I'm not in support of this.
Russell?
I'm just gonna offer my 2 cents, probably only worth 1 cent, but, one of the things, we as a tribe need to kind of move forward. And I don't know if you got that proposal that the bank gave us about building a travel building.
Yeah, that was part of Willie's report. The bankers came back down here. What was it called?
First Interstate.
First Interstate, and they were offering some type of loaning and low interest rates. So, I was gone that day, so Willie met with and they were talking about maybe loaning us money to build a new tribal building. So there's a possibility that we can do something like that.
Well, that can solve the issue of Bureau not being here. We can build a structure that can house both us and them in one building and let them pay for it. That's the whole concept of, they can squeeze the money out, for rent, and, we can even build it on top of this if we need to. There's things we can do. And I think we need to move forward with that, and it's probably not gonna happen right away, but, at least taking that initial step to actually, do something. And it would be nice to house both of us together so that we're not running back and forth. or our people are running back and forth. So that's my 2 cents, but if it's only worth 1 cent, then fine. If it doesn't mean anything, then that's fine too.
Any more questions, discussion? Question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Opposed?
Opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Not voting.
1, 2.
Motion defeated. 6, 7, 2. Motion defeated. Okay, anything else?
Yep, I have all the,
Got Cher, Russell, and then Donna. Where's Cher?
Thank you. I guess I would like to request that, you follow up a plan with Jolynn to make sure that she's available for our people. And, if we need to clear out some space over at the IT office, we can, direct Santi to do that. We're here at the tribal building.
There were 3 resolutions that I hand delivered to her because I was requested to do so. Make sure it got to the right place. One of them was what we're talking about now. I did hand deliver those, and the area director is aware of what's going on here, and he said he's going to deal with it. So that's my report from talking to Mr. LaPointe. So
Is he gonna give you an update?
yes, he is. So,
Okay.
I'll keep in touch with him. So okay. Russell? Donna? No? Donna?
earlier I thought you mentioned that we were gonna deviate because we have some guests in here. And we were gonna-
Yeah, that's what she's gonna deal with. We're gonna deal with, the stuff that's sitting there, so it's part of, what you're gonna deal with. Good.
I just want to follow up with something. I just wish that we could start to create a plan for it now, because I just don't want this to continue to happen with BIA and IHS. I feel like area office always does that time and time again. We'll deal with it with BIA and IHS, and we don't ever get a solution from it. So I hope that we can start that conversation, because our healthcare system is still failing, and now BIA is starting to do the same stuff. So our leadership somewhere needs to step in, and I mean, we tried, but I don't know what else to do if they keep saying that they're gonna help us and we don't get help. Nothing's changing.
I'll tell you one thing, when last time we went to DC, we all stepped up. We all stepped up, hit as much meetings as we could to address all of our issues. And I think we were very effective down there. The problem is, we need to follow up when we get back, to make sure that it's actually done, and that we talked about that, so hopefully we can all come together and make that happen when we go on trips like that, to follow up on what we talked about in DC, what the delegation down there had told us that they were gonna do for us, so it's up to us to make sure that happens, so. Okay. Sure.
Just one last thing, in reference to the building. I guess I would like for us to have input in it, because I know I would like it not to just house us and BIA, I'd like it to house as many 638 programs and tribal programs as possible that are able to be here, like they don't have their own fleet or their own security or whatever that they need to be in their own building. But it would be nice to have a large building for us to build up instead of making a big footprint. So that way we could have not just the tribal building, but we could plan for the parking space and even like outdoor break spaces for our employees. Like all of it. I would like this council to be able to have something for this. Thank you.
Okay, what's the next thing?
The pay request for RCI, RCI, I don't know, there's not a whole lot of copies here, but,
That's my.
oh, okay. Well, here's some. Those are those ones that were sitting on your table. So as most of you guys are aware, RCI and childcare have been going back and forth on their pay requests for the building 1 up on the hill. And in budget and finance, we made a motion in there to have RCI do a breakdown of all their invoices that they requested. We asked for all that information to be brought up, brought forward, make sure that everything was in place. And then once that was in place, then we wanted tribal council to be the one to approve payment 14 for RCI. And that's on the building 1. So you have all the information in front of you. So I guess there's no resolution to this or anything because we already passed a resolution. So I'm gonna make a motion to approve for payment of K-14 for $280,167 and, huh?
The one above that.
That 450.
The one that I outlined, that was.
439.
Yeah. So the bottom one, that's what's remaining after the payment.
So what am I asking for this one?
Those went through committees.
Okay. So payment 14 will be $458,670.96.
So your motion is to approve pay app 14.
Yep. And this is all the documents because Budget and Finance had asked for all this information to be given to council so that they're aware of what's been transpiring over building 1.
Second by Sheriff. Any discussion? Question by Lisa. All in favor? Norm? In favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Opposed? 0. 0 not voting. Motion carried. Okay.
Okay.
16 what?
16-0-0.
1600.
The next one is for one of the contract workers that's been up there. He's exceeded, here's Keith, or Sarge. He's exceeded the 2 contract payments that need to be done. So when it hits the 3rd one, it becomes, we have to pass it by resolution. So I need a motion for I'll do a motion for emergency legislation. Is this 183?
Yeah. Okay, and then the one from, Tribal Ranch.
Second by Chairman's job at the same time.
Question by Donna. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
What's no brother?
Motion to approve resolution 23-183.
Need a second?
Second.
Second by Lisa, go ahead.
This was, reviewed and referred up from committee level too.
Yeah. Start with the seventh, whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Child Care Services Program requests a contract for services with Galen Bolts to inspect and monitor the new child care facilities and assist in all child care construction projects for quality improvement. Whereas the tribe agrees to pay for legal services, how come that's in there? I don't think that's supposed to be inside of there. This is the next whereas. Do you know why that's in there?
No, I don't.
I'm gonna strike it because I don't.
Yeah, because we approved, Wagonlander and Peebles and Kidder, did we? No, that should be separate.
That's a separate one.
Yeah, that one
There's a
there,
separate one
yeah.
here.
So let's strike out this one because I think that might be part of those other two resolutions that.
Yeah. Okay, going to the next, whereas the agreement is governed by the laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, wait, gee, that one too, and oh, no.
I have a question. I think the way I understood it, the contract, comes every so often until it reaches 9,999, right? And so basically, we're approving his contract.
Okay, he did
But-
2 contracts, but then he's on his 3rd one, and when it hits the 3rd one, finance requires that it be done by resolution, but budget and finance can only approve up to $9,999.99.
So I think this language should all be included for the sake of building to finance, make sure that it, that's.
Galen has a contract.
You have your contract?
I just signed it this morning.
I mean, it should be,
Basically, this 9,999 is gonna cover all the way to September. And that basically only works out to like.
I don't think it should say the tribe agrees to pay for legal services.
Yeah.
I don't think that should be in there.
yeah, I mean, that language shouldn't be in there, but.
Gail?
Hello?
You want to mute?
No, I'm not.
I think she thinks you asked if she is on mute.
Oh, guess we're trying to approve the Galen Bolts' contract, his extension is expired. Do you have any comments on it?
Well, I would like the contract to go beyond the 9,999 because just like Galen said, we don't think that we'll do it if we still need him on board to provide the oversight for buildings 2 and 3 besides building 1.
So
But
how much does he have till September 30th?
Well, I just put that date in the contract to September 30th. That because that's what was approved by the motion in Budget and Finance.
No, I mean, what's the dollar amount that he's gonna go up to by September 30th?
We just put it at the 9,999. We don't have an actual dollar amount. It just depends on how much is needed.
So what are you estimating it at?
Up to September 30th date, you mean?
So what's the dollar amount?
Okay, so, I
I don't know, I'm gonna assume that we may need up to maybe 15,000.
Okay,
Not to exceed 15.
all right, so I'm gonna strike out, the tribe agrees to pay for legal services at the rate provided. And then from there, that whereas will just say, whereas the terms of the agreement, or the terms of the contract for a total sum not to exceed, what did she say, 20,000? 15,000? Without the tribe's specific authorizations in writing to do so? Does that sound okay? And then
That sounds fine with me.
and we'll strike off that next whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee recommends the approval of the contract with Galen Bolts. Now and therefore be it resolved that the tribal council hereby approves the recommendation of RST Budget and Finance Committee and approves the contract for services for Galen Bolts for quality improvement, monitoring, and inspections with all childcare construction projects. Be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his designee are authorized and directed to execute any and all related documents, to sign and execute the agreement on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
What were the timelines, Pam? You think that should be in that whereas?
Timeframe? It's only gonna go until September 30th.
Yeah, it's only gonna go that far.
So after September 30th, they'll have to do that.
Okay, is there any more discussion on it?
I have a question.
Approve with amendments, right?
Yes.
As amended. Donna, do you have a question?
Yeah, on number 8, whereas, she says strike it, but then again, there was an amendment to it, so are we?
No, striking the 9th amendment and then amending that 8th one.
Okay.
That says the terms of the contract shall not exceed.
So on that 8th one, you're gonna strike from the tribe agrees to pay for legal services at the rate provided for.
Strike all that out.
Strike all that out. And then it'll continue reading the terms of the contract for a total sum not to exceed 15,000 without the tribe's specific authorization in writing to do so. That's what it's supposed to read.
So you change this agreement to contract.
Yeah. So the agreement gets changed to contract.
Was more, yeah, that's too strong.
And then the 9th whereas is totally stricken.
Okay. All right, any more discussion? Need a question? Vanessa? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14.
Opposed?
0.
One. Two.
1, 1.
Two not voting?
14, 1, 1. Not voting. Now that we have one.
Motion carried.
Okay, my next resolution is going to be for the legal services for the child care.
Legal sheet, I got it right here, I'm sorry.
No, we have them.
Okay.
Here.
Legislation.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Numbers 184. Need a second. Eileen, question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Where's the light? Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 23-184.
This is older.
Second. Need a second. Steve. Go ahead.
We'll start the 7th whereas again. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Child Care Services Program has proposed an agreement for legal services with Peebles, Kidder, Bergen, and Robinson, LLP, to provide legal services related to the review and provide legal counsel and advice on matters related to reviewing construction contracts and resolving construction issues related to change directives. Whereas the attorney is authorized to coordinate with and communicate with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Child Care Services Program and its employees and consultants in the performance and scope of work. Invoices shall be submitted to the Child Care Office. Sorry, no therefore. Whereas the duties of the firm under this agreement shall be subject to the supervision and direction of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council and to tribal officials and designated of child care. If specifically designated authority by action of the tribal council as applicable, the firm shall report directly to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Child Care Services and Tribal Council. Whereas the term of this agreement shall commence on the 20th day of June 2023 and continue unless otherwise terminated in accordance with the terms of hereof upon completion of work or until December 31st, 2025, whichever occurs first. This agreement may be renewed or extended if approved by the client. Whereas the tribe agrees to pay for the legal services at the rates provided for the terms of the agreement for a total sum not to exceed $9,999 without the tribe's specific authorization in writing to do so. Whereas the agreement is governed by the laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court shall have exclusive jurisdiction over any disputes regarding the agreement. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee recommends the approval of the agreement of Peebles, Kidder, Bergen, and Robinson, LLP. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council hereby approves the recommendation of RST Budget and Finance Committee and approves the legal services agreement with Peebles, Kidder, Bergen, and Robinson, LLP to provide legal services related to the review and provide legal counsel and advice on matters related to reviewing construction and contracts in resolving construction issues related to change directives, and be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his designee are authorized and directed to execute any and all related documents to sign and execute the agreement on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion? Also, Ms. Donna.
Dale, since you're on TV, can you push your glasses up? Maybe this goes to the extent of the contract and up until the year of 2025. When it comes to lawyers, $9,999 ain't gonna cut it. You understand what I'm saying? What's your budget like to extend that too? Because it's the same language that came up in the last resolution that we passed.
You want to answer that, Gail?
And the line item to approve those attorney fees will have to be submitted with that change directive. So when we get to reviewing the change directive and request more funding from the government to cover the change directive, then that is where I will request that budget line item. So because that was unknown, I don't want to put the cart in front of the horse. So I just requested that for now to get that reviewed.
Okay. Donna. We have Michael.
That was the same whereas that I had a question on also, but I heard your answer.
Michael?
So that first whereas on the second page, so we're gonna front the $9,999 until you process on your end to cover the legal fees and stuff, or are we
pays for the legal fees.
Why does it say the tribe agrees to pay for legal services?
It's childcare fund.
Okay. So amend that. So we'll just amend that from saying the tribe to childcare, RST childcare.
Any more discussion? Need a question?
Question.
Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2,
As amended?
As amended.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried.
2, huh? 2.
All right, I'm gonna jump to transportation's request since they've been sitting here all morning, all day, all night.
Had to test up this morning.
Are we done with yours, Gavin?
Yep, we're done.
Oh, okay, well, you can go ahead and shake hands
Question,
Well, yeah.
did the payout 14 get approved?
Yes, they did.
Okay, thank you, council.
Always on.
All right, done.
I got him.
I lost $5 now.
The first one I'm gonna do is the one that says amended on there, 22-150. That one there, the amendment's gonna come on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Go here.
Motion to amend resolution 2022-150.
Okay, reconsider and amend. Need a second. Fremont. Go ahead.
It's gonna be the 10th whereas KLJ Engineering LLC is in contract with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, has provided an engineer's estimate of probable construction costs for BIA Route 7 Regional Improvement Project from US 18 East to Rosebud and from Rosebud to US 83 of $31,994,007. That was the only amendment on that one.
Okay, is there any discussion on that? Any question? Steve? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation?
Need a second?
Done.
Donna? Question by Jordan. I think it's 185. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 23-185. Chairman.
My mind's off here. Just second?
Second by Jordan.
Second by Jordan. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the fourth whereas the FAST Act, the legislation of fixing American Surface Transportation Act was signed into law by President Obama, in which the tribal transportation program pertains to tribal government and rural surface transportation grant acceptance and pre-award work. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe was awarded the rural surface transportation grant in amount of $26,200,400 to complete phase 2 of the previously awarded Tiger grant for the BIA Route 7 to US Highway 83 improvement project. The additional grant funds made it possible to complete the entire BIA Route 7 to US Highway 18. The US DOT is anticipating a delay in the completion of the grant agreement until after January 2024 due to the RST Transportation Program requested and received approval to conduct pre-award work from the Rural Grant Program Manager, which will keep the project within the grant timeframe for completion. Also, the funding spent on the pre-award work is reimbursable. Whereas the phase 2 work will start on the east side of BIA Route 7, which consists of 0.6 mile of Todd County's 269th Avenue and 7 miles of 293rd Street to US Highway 83, equaling 7.6 miles. The western 8 miles of the project corridor begins at the junction of BIA Route 7 and US 18, then travels east to the town of Rosebud, where it overlaps BIA 1. Approximately 2 miles of shared use pathway with lighting is included. Whereas, how do you say that, Comdras?
Oh, yeah, Comdras.
Comdras, Lee and Jackson is currently in contract to complete the Tiger grant, which was broken into phase 1 and 2. As such, due to addition of West BIA Route 7 into phase 2, the contract with KLJ is amended to include the addition of West BIA Route 7's design and construction management services. The fee for the design and construction engineering is $60,000. Total amount of the pre-award project work is $5,512,584.14. Whereas the RST Council at a regular meeting on June 14, 2023 discussed the Rural Surface Transportation Grant in the amount of $26,200,400 to initiate the pre-award work in the amount of $5,512,584.14. And a motion was made by Pam, seconded by Jordan. Make the recommendation to accept the RSTG in the amount of $26,200,400 and to approve the pre-award work with the continuance of KLJ to complete the phase 2 rehabilitation on BIA Route 7 from US Highway 83 to US Highway 18. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby accepts the Rural Service Transportation Grant Funds in the amount of $26,200,400 to complete the rehabilitation of BIA Route 7 and phase 2. Accepts KLJ's fees of $60,000 to complete the design for BIA Route 7 and Phase 2. All contract agreements with pertaining to the Rural Surface Transportation Grant will be legally reviewed before President Herman or the designee signs the documents to ensure the best interest of the tribe is met. Now therefore be it resolved further that the Rosebud Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designee to sign any and all documents pertaining to the Tribal Transportation Safety Plan update.
And the safety plan is on the table? Is that what that is?
No.
Well, that needs to be updated.
Okay.
That should be accepting the Rural Transportation Service Grant. That's my fault. I just typed that in the Secretary's office quick.
As amended then?
Yeah.
Okay.
As amended.
Question by Sheriff. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Okay. Yeah.
Could we have a prayer or a moment of silence for prayer for Papa Fast first? I just got informed by my community that she passed away. She was a long-time travel employee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she worked over at, EAP, right? EAP for quite a few years. That's sad to hear that. Russell, can you do a prayer for us?
Sure.
For the family?
Oia tu kasu na kantus ni wotaku o machete yampiko. O lea petu ki wotaku e wani chiska o chunku kasa kapi uka. Eata komuni chiwahi yuha wotaku e otaku sete. Ona el voa chintanka wo ke a voa wala wichaki pato po. Eata kone o tesi glanas na kauhinerji. Nea wochi ki jilas na yuha kinerji. O yuka ale un petu ki a chiwahi ki el voce ki witunka hato. Ea motion ki la po o mitaku yu.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Second.
What resolutions you got over there?
Got one more after this. Two total.
They're cold.
Emergency legislation?
Yeah, right.
186. Second by Lisa, question by, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-186.
Second by Steve, go ahead.
Let's start with the seventh, whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee has passed a motion to recommend the RST Tribal Council for RST Indian Highway Safety Program to use the Wells Fargo Bank line of credit to purchase three patrol vehicles in amount not to exceed $198,000 on a sole source basis, and therefore be it resolved that the RST Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Budget and Finance Committee to use the Wells Fargo Bank line of credit to purchase three patrol vehicles in amount not to exceed $198,000 on a sole source basis, and be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate are authorized and directed to sign and execute any necessary documents to complete the purchase of Indian Highway Safety Patrol vehicles.
Okay, that's something that, the highway safety didn't allow for purchase of vehicles. So, the request is to use the line of credit to purchase some vehicles for the highway safety officer, so that's the request. I don't remember if that came to budget and finance or not.
Yeah, it was recommended, it's on the.
Okay.
Seventh, we're up.
Discussion. Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13. 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
3.
Motion carried. Next one. Got a book?
We got one more for solid waste. See, if somebody would have bought me a Red Bull today, I'd be alright. Yeah. Kind of slow at reading right now.
Got a rock star.
Legislative affairs, that's my back. Motion for emergency legislation.
Motion for emergency legislation, second by Lisa. Question by Donna. 136? 137. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-187.
Okay, we go ahead and need a second.
Second.
Lisa? Go
I'll
ahead.
start with the sixth whereas, because the seventh's the end. Whereas RST procurement policies and procedures require a bidding process and approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for the acquisition of goods services in the amount of $10,000 and over. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Solid Waste Collections Program requests that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the selection of a quote from Sanitation Products Incorporated for a 2024 Freightliner M2 with the options in the amount of $222,720. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the selection of the quote from the Sanitation Products Incorporated for a 2024 Freightliner M2 on a sole source basis due to the low cost, immediate availability, and urgent need for solid waste disposal basis.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Thank you. I guess I just have some concerns and I was gonna wait to bring them up, but since we're there and we're purchasing something new, I know we only have one trash truck right now, and it's really been a hindrance, but I guess like that's why we brought up about wanting to do a service, right, a maintenance plan for our vehicles. And I feel like a lot of them, not just this program, but a lot of our tribal programs are just running through them vehicles. So I was just wanting to put my 2 cents out there, and then I thought we just approved 2 other ones prior to this, trash trucks.
There was a discussion in Budget and Finance last week when before they scheduled to have another one, they recessed till yesterday. Randy's the acting director at Solid Waste right now, and they're down to 1 truck. The grant money that they got in was for the landfill, equipment for the landfill, so they couldn't use it to purchase these vehicles. And the only way we're gonna get them up to par is if we help them out with, funding to buy another trash truck. The request was for another, a truck to carry the roll-offs. This one's a request for the trash truck itself, I believe, so.
Itacho, do you know if our programs are doing the maintenance checklist? Like we have asked in the past, do you know if that has gotten done?
There was supposed to have been one that was implemented by, what's her name, Loretta. She's working on that. She's supposed to have been one round doing all the vehicles, getting them all down and getting their service list as far as they're servicing their vehicles, so.
Yeah, it just kind of draws more questions as to, a lot of our tribal programs take their vehicles home as well, and I thought there was something in our policies that state that they're not supposed to be doing that. I know this don't directly have to deal with that, but when we're talking about purchasing vehicles, that's where I'm trying to tie it into. And if we're not following our own policy and procedures, I would like us to start.
In this case, it's kind of up to the director and the program to be able to make sure that they're maintaining their vehicles. I don't know what they do with the trash trucks themselves. I don't know if they have the qualified people up there to do it themselves. I'm sure they have to send it someplace. So we can check for those records and make sure that they are servicing those vehicles or those trucks. Okay?
And then making sure that people are qualified to drive them.
Sure. Okay, Russell.
And make sure our insurance is up.
Right.
That there's insurance on them before they even get behind the wheel.
So this, I don't know if we have to, in this resolution, have to tell where the fund's coming from. It's coming from the ARPA line item.
Well, it comes from that grant, but I don't know. I don't know what that grant's called.
These are, this is different from that grant. This is the one that the request from ARPA funds. As you guys told me to go ahead and, I felt comfortable to sign off on it. I checked with Jim White, and he said it's allowable to, with Clayton, they said it was allowable, so. No, I didn't. I can't because, in January, you guys gave me authority to do that for $250 along with the ARPA committee. And then in May, I think you guys took that language out of there. So I don't have the authority to spend up to $250,000. It has to come from the council or the ARPA committee.
Question.
Okay, question, Vanessa?
Yeah.
All in favor?
As amended, are we putting in there the ARPA?
One.
That's what I was asking. Pam, are we putting in the funding source?
There should be a whereas in there that it's gonna be paid out of ARPA because it's referencing 2020 to 75 on the plan.
As a justification, so.
With amendment?
With amendments. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
We've got one more again. And then after I get done reading this, I know everybody wants to get into other business, but we need to deal with them ARPA motions that we passed in ARPA so that, because we assisted with some stuff and none of it is getting purchased because we made a motion here that council has to finalize the purchase request. Meaning you guys have to vote yes. But Lisa could do that. I'm gonna read in this last one and I'm tired out.
Drink your Red Bull or whatever.
I know that I'm trying, but hey, just keep getting stuck. Motion for emergency legislation. Second.
Yeah.
Number 188, motion by Pam, second by Lisa, question by Donna.
I'll have it.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed? Voting.
1.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve.
Oh, motion to approve resolution 23-188.
Second by Sheriff. Go ahead.
Just kidding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Therefore be it resolved. I read it. I'll start with the fifth whereas our program transportation planner and her helper wrote for safety grants, and we received a grant purchase to get 2 portable radar speed trailers. A request for quote via email or called different companies to ask if they would be interested in doing a quote. Whereas the transportation planner received 3 email quotes for portable radar speed trailers from as close to our state, if not in state, as we could get. They are Traffic Solutions from Harrisburg, South Dakota, portable radar speed trailers for $24,829.42. Plus $1,000 shipping and handling, equaling $25,829.70. 2 All Traffic Solutions Incorporated for 1 portable radar speed trailer, including shipping and handling, $15,158. Times that by 2 is $30,316. 3 Traffic Logic Corporation, 3 Harriet Lane, Spring Valley, 1 portable radar speed trailer, including shipping and handling, $16,924.82 times 2, $33,849.64. Whereas the RST Transportation Committee had a regular meeting on May 9, 2023. Hey, who wrote this?
Yeah, how come you have to have that language in it?
I know, we.
Normally, transportation
Who wrote
committee,
this?
transportation committee approves, recommends to the council for approval of whatever.
Yeah, I know. So now let's send me to amendment here. Whereas the RST Transportation Committee at a regular meeting on May 9th, 2023. Oh my God. Recommending to tribal council to choose the speed trailer for 2 portable radar speed trailers for traffic solutions from Harrisburg, South Dakota for a total of $25,829.70. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby acknowledges the Tribal Transportation Committee recommendation, accept the lower bid from the Traffic Solutions for 2 speed trailers for the amount of $25,829.70. Now therefore be it resolved further that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorize the tribal president or his designee to sign any and all documents pertaining to the speed trailers. Motion to, or whatever.
As
What was that?
amended.
As amended, taking out all the I in there.
Okay, is there any discussion on it? Only question I have is, where's this stuff, where's it stored at? When you buy this stuff, where's it gonna be stored?
Where are you guys gonna store these radars at?
They're portable.
Yeah, where are you gonna store them though?
In our, what do you call it?
We have a storage container.
It'll
A big storage container.
accommodate the.
180.
Can we borrow them here in Rosebud, sir?
That's when they'll be put up.
Okay, all right.
You slow down.
Those ones, and on the 23rd, I'll be back. Okay. For the big message.
The big message board.
That you can see. Any more discussion on it?
In there, no more putting
You all-
double in there.
Russell,
I'll question.
question by Russell. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Carried. That it? Russell?
Yeah, we have a couple of resolutions from, Land and Natural. In last meeting, we never got to the level of Land and Natural. And there are some resolutions I need passed, and I told them to channel it through your, report.
Okay, I had one from Game Fish and Parks. Russell, do you have that one?
Yes.
You want to start with that one? Kind of.
One of both.
Yeah, and then the other one is, accepting some money on behalf of, the Buffalo project. Those two will be coming.
With the ranch?
Yeah.
I told you Sherry had my back.
Okay, motion for emergency legislation number 189.
That's what she did, that's what the BIA staff.
Next time, correct?
She came out of her office all cocky.
Already got it.
Sherry had my back. Thank you. Yeah.
You're a great time.
You did emergency
Emergency legislation 189. Planner, the second, Vanessa, question by Lisa.
Can you, turn that on the red bow too?
All right. It's a wings. Just stay away, yeah, so, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1, 2, 3,
In the tribal.
4.
Motion approved,
Motion to approve.
What's the resolution number?
189. Second by Jordan.
Okay, whereas the Rosebud RST Game Fish and Parks Office requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorize and approve the purchase of a JD Planter Model 7,200 for $5,000 and an Ogden 42 front foot barrel at 18,000 on a sole source basis due to immediate planting and harvesting of hay crops for Peshla. And they're gonna use it for,
Planting, yeah.
what's the name of that place back there?
Iron Shell Flats?
Iron Shell Flats, but they're gonna do Iron Shell Flats
Yeah.
first, because it needs to get in the ground. And whereas RST, Land and Natural Resource Committee met on May 15th, 2023, and has duly enacted a motion to recommend the authorization of the requested equipment purchase to the Rosebud Tribal Council. Therefore, it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendations of RST Land and Natural Resource Committee to approve the purchase of a JD Planter Model 7,200 for $5,000 and Ogden 42 foot harrow at $18,000 on the sole source basis due to immediate planting and harvesting of hay crop for Peshla. Be it also be resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal is designated, authorized, and directed to execute and sign the invoice and any other related documents on behalf of the Rosebud.
Jordan, any question?
Yeah. So, Russell, is Dean still the caretaker up there?
Yeah,
Is it gonna be advertised to be a caretaker, or who does that go through? TLE?
no, it goes through our committee,
Okay.
and what's happening is, are we on the air?
Yes. Go off. We need to go off.
Yeah.
I guess I was just asking.
Well, I mean, I can tell you, it's,
Well, if we need to go up there.
Let's go
yeah,
off.
because there's, yeah,
Okay.
Go up there.
Who? Who was that?
okay, with Dean's situation,
Hold up.
because we got transportation
The
done.
reason we was doing that, so we didn't wanna sit there all day, but some of the stuff that Russell had to approve out of Land and Natural needed to be as emergency too, as far as the equipment, but we can do that.
I just wanted to make that motion so we could get this folder done and get our programs business, because we always have a lot of questions for you with your report and the secretary and vice, so it would just be nice to handle their business. So
We can do mine tomorrow, that'd be good.
Okay.
So you wanna finish like the resolutions?
Yeah.
And,
Motion to deviate to resolutions?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Starting from,
Natural?
Land and Natural and going back.
Okay. All right.
That one's sooner.
Motion to, approve 179, there's a second by Share. Go ahead, Russell.
Okay. Okay, whereas RST Water Resource Program under PL 93-638 received funding from BIA to the tune, I like that language, of $60,000 for plumbing materials to serve plumbing repairs for elderly, handicapped, underprivileged tribal members on the Rosebud Reservation. Whereas $44,054 is left over from the $60,000. Whereas Water Resource Program does not have plumbers in place, the plumbing program under BOR has been terminated. Whereas RST Water and Sewer Program can provide plumbing service to tribal members. Whereas RST Land and Natural Resource Committee has reviewed the matter and recommends the transfer of funds from plumbing materials from Water Resource to Water and Sewer Program. Whereas RST Water and Sewer Program will implement the same statement of work as enumerated in Water Resource Program to provide plumbing services using the funds received from BIA for elderly, handicapped, and underprivileged. Whereas RST Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends to the Tribal Council for transfer of funds from Water Resource Program to Water and Sewer Program for plumbing services. Whereas RST Land and Natural Committee recommends BIA's implementation of the transfer. Now therefore it be resolved that the Tribal Council approve the committee's recommendation, direct the Tribal President BIA Water Resource Program and Water Sewer Program to implement the transfer over of the BIA funds from Water Resources to Water and Sewer earmarked for plumbing materials.
Discussion. Question by Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. Motion carried.
Motion to approve 2023-180.
Your second, Sheriff, go ahead.
Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Forestry Department has picked up 25,000 two-year-old seedlings from Besley Nursery of Paisley, Nebraska. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Forestry Department needs seedlings to plant in the spring 2023 at a cost of $21,750, with all monies taken from the BIA Forestry Department. I can't read all of the numbers. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Forestry Department recommends a sole source payment be made to Besley Nursery in the amount of $21,750 for 25,000 seedlings to be grown. Now therefore to be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Forestry Department to submit a sole source payment to Besley Nursery in the amount of $21,750. Be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized designee is authorized and directed to sign and execute any and all pertinent documents necessary to submit a sole source payment to Besley Nursery in an amount of $21,750.
discussion? Micah, go ahead.
Russell, is this the program that forestry's been doing for like the past month or so?
Yeah.
Planting their trees?
Yeah. And I think they got the trees already,
Yeah, they
but we
started.
just gotta approve the payment. Don't Shaw thing.
Luckily, they trust us, huh?
Yeah.
Luckily, all the dope
Question by Vanessa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Carried.
Are they ponderosa fine?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. Do you guys wanna do the travel exchange assignment?
Is that for that factor? That was change assignment. Might as well finish up with land and natural resolutions. That was the request, right?
Yeah.
So motion to approve 2023-124,
Motion to approve?
second by Sharon. Go ahead.
Whereas, is that, how do you say it,
Yeah,
Janelle E. Thacker is assigned a travel exchange assignment 489-E, P-6036, described as northeast fourth of the 34th Township, 41 north, range 30 west, 16 p.m., Millette County, South Dakota, containing 160 or more or less. Whereas, on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, on behalf of the enrollment number, Rosebud Sioux Tribe requests to relinquish travel exchange assignment number 489-D back to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Tribal Land Enterprises. Consider it in consideration of Dave M. Baker, State Certified General Appraiser for West Dakota Appraisal Services Incorporated, to be issued in form of the Class A certificates of interest in tribal land enterprise. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resource Committee has reviewed the request made by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe on behalf of the enrollment number to relinquish tribal exchange assignment 489-D back to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and recommends approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Now therefore it is resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and accepts the request for relinquishment of tribal exchange assignment 489-D back to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe in consideration of the current fair market value appraisal of $152,000 to be issued to the estate of Janelle
Yep.
Thatcher in the form of Class A certificates of interest to tribal land enterprise. Be it further resolved that the President and Secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe are hereby authorized to exercise their authority in completing the relinquishment of tribal exchange assignment number 489-D back to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion?
I just want to know that the, amount is a period instead of a comma.
Oh, okay. 152,000.
Yeah.
150,000, okay. With amendments. Question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. One last one. Russell, emergency legislation,
Yes.
190, or we have it? 191. Motion for emergency legislation, second by Jordan, question by Micah. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion to approve,
Motion to approve.
second by Vanessa. Go ahead.
Vanessa, can you read this? 2, 4, 6, where? I need some Red Bull too.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Tukala Ignacio Youth Program was established at the urging of the late President Norman Wilson in the early 2001. Its purpose was to provide opportunities for all tribal youth by creating an environment for growing and learning, plus where tribal youth services would be offered in one central location. Since 2001, Tukala Ignacio has grown from the prevention activity program to a mental health center, specifically suicide prevention, and now enhanced to what is now RST Council Ignacio Youth Leadership Training Mentorship Program. The Sioux Youth Council will also reestablish and co-sponsor by defending childhood initiatives, and Tukala Ignacio, as a result for the project, focuses on the youth empowerment, historical awareness and training, public speaking experiences, and recruitment efforts to local high schools. And whereas from the 1880s to the 1930s, the United States government initiated a policy to assimilate Americans, Indians, Native Americans into white society. Native languages, spiritual beliefs, foods, traditions, and family life were considered uncivilized, so missionaries and the government opened schools on and off reservations to force children to abandon their traditions. Most Native American children who went to the boarding schools were forcefully taken from their families. Army officer Richard Pratt, founder of the first federal Indian boarding school, Carlisle Indian Industrial School, gave a speech in 1892 in which he summarized this philosophy as "kill the Indian, save the man." Whereas in 2015, the Sioux Youth Council launched an initiative to return 9 Sioux relatives that were lost during the boarding school era at Carlisle Indian Industrial School in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Recognizing the hardship and pain our young ancestors went through while at Carlisle, the Sioux Youth Council began collaborating with the Tribal Historic Preservation Office and various federal agencies, including military departments, and on July 14, 2021, Sioux relatives were finally brought home after more than 140 years, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe declared July 14, 2021 as Kiata Gliti Umbetu Day, are back to the Homelands Day, where areas the Tukala Ignacio Sioux Youth Council would like to honor our 9 Sioux relatives, as well as all other children who were lost to the boarding school era by creating a memorial monument to commemorate and honor the children, reminding all generations the children deserve to come home where they belong. Where areas the Sioux Oyate Land Office has identified an area of the land located and proposed memorial site described as South 2, Southeast 4, Southeast 4, Northeast 4, Northeast 4, North 2, Northeast 4, Southeast 4, Northeast 4 of Section 27T 38 North R 30 West 6 PM Child County, South Dakota, said these contain 6.5 acres more or less located in the Rosebud community as lands of important archaeological, cultural, spiritual, and historic sites known as the Tiata Glitiumbetu, that they are back to the Homelands Day Memorial as proposed historic preservation zone under the under Title 18. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council designates the above described tract of land with attached map as a tribal historical preservation zone and 6.5 acres removed from the range unit 310 Rosebud Ranch and Farming Enterprise, waiving the existing moratorium on leases within grazing units held by Rosebud Ranch and Farming Enterprise from this project area. A new fence be constructed along the historic preservation zone perimeter, and be it further resolved that the coordinator for the Sichongu Oyata Land Office is hereby authorized to sign off on the certificate of zoning for this property.
Any discussion? Right. Sure.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure this went through the Rosebud community.
Oh, it hasn't made a community yet?
I don't think so. It's my first time hearing about it. Do you know if it has, you contract?
I don't know, this is the first time I'm hearing it too, so.
I'm gonna step out really quick and.
I know we took the acreage from probably approximately 30 acres for the new school up there. I don't know if that's in the same area or if they're asking for a different part.
This looks like. This looks like it's right on the hill up here.
Yeah.
Across from the
Right across the
cemetery.
Okay.
And I know that land was deemed like you weren't supposed to use it, and I mean, that's why they had all that language in there. Could we take this back to Rosebud community before we bring it forward? I mean, I support our youth and stuff, but I just want to make sure that the community had a chance to review it. Or I can call Dina really quick and see if it has went through.
Yeah, I think the Tribal Ranch was leasing that, and over the years back in some resolution, we don't allow anyone to do any kind of home sites or anything. But this one here is being declared a historical zone under Title 18 and 19, and so cultural zone. So I don't know. Yeah,
There shouldn't really be any problem. It's 6.5 acres. That's not a very big size.
I
so,
don't think there'd be any problem either. I guess I just didn't know. Can we just take a quick 5 and I'll.
Sure.
Okay.
Do that.
5 minutes?
We can check with it.
I mean, this is really cool. Great.
Take a chew on a Red Bull break, he said. Chew on a Red Bull.
who's got Red Bull?
I'll get you some coffee.
Gee, can we recess before we get to budget and finance 14?
Why not?
It's gonna be a long day.
It's good that they all have numbers on them, but.
Hey, Scott,
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave